We are live now on both of those. And how's everyone's Monday? Anyone here got any fun plans for the holiday this week? If you're here in the US, if you're not in the US, well then you probably don't have a holiday this week. All right, this is where we started looking at some of the docs. Before we do that, hold on. I want to pivot over to jsnation.us. I want to submit some of these proposals first. So we're going to do that together. Let me double check which talks I've proposed already, and let's brainstorm together some talks that we could do. So yeah, hold on. Let me look at these. So JS Nation. I know I submitted one. This was a while back, though. Damn it. I'm just gonna stream, you know, same thing I always do. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so it is, it was the Google Forms. Okay, so hold on. Let me look for it that way. All right, so for React Summit, what did I submit? OTel, Show and Tell, Next.js, and OpenTelemetry. So we did that one for React Summit. For JS Nation, I did building Git-powered Node.js applications. So that's for a work one. No fireworks? No, I actually massively dislike fireworks. All right, so hold on. Let me keep a note. Let's do this. Submitted talks. And I'm gonna need to like store a bunch of links because I know I've lost a bunch of these myself. All right, so submitted talks. JS Nation. The JS Nation one is building Git powered Node.js applications. Nope. React Summit US. I did the OTel, Show and Tell, Next.js plus OpenTelemetry. All right, and let's start thinking about other things that would be fun submissions for these. Looks like those are the only ones I've done so far. Or, hold on, how about this? So, working title, talk ideas, right? So yeah, basically the CFP for JS Nation and React Summit ends today. So I need to think about some of these talks that I want to submit. I want to give them multiple options of things to consider. One might be working with ASTs. That was the one I did last year. Never mind. I did the AST one last year. There's one we could do about, like, environment variables. Protecting the environment variables. Right? I don't know if I like that title, but it's a talk we gave last year, right? Geller, ESLint, and then other approaches such as the T3, Astro, right? So they're all different ways of doing environment variable stuff, right? About making sure that they are type safe. Maybe .envx. What's another one? Right, another good one would be reusable components. Web component, and right, these are not like the titles yet. We can like brainstorm on the titles, but web components or mitosis for sharing things like that. WASM. Yeah, so a WASM one, right, would be related to what we did with orderly, correct? Client only, WASM. A case study for SQLite and WASM and Whisper. With no server, right? So yeah. What are some other projects we could turn into a talk? And we don't know which ones these are directly relevant for. Let's also, we tell it what language this is. Oh, it is marked out. Okay. Let's at least get that out. Alright, and before we get too deep, let's say we can have a beverage. I also need to use the restrooms, so give me a second. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna make myself a soda. Had to use the restroom. Sorry, I'm back.
What does it do? What's it for? Nothing.
And yeah, everyone out here in chat, what is something fun that we've worked on here on stream that you think would make a good talk? Any thoughts? Thank you. I want to submit at least, like, you know, 1 or 2 more talks for each of these, because I really want to get accepted. I also want to look and see, right, JS Nation right there. Yup. There is also SquiggleConf. This is for, like, I mean, it's kind of DevRel stuff. It's more, I just want to, like... Oh, you're saying I could talk about DevRel? I don't think that's really, like, a good idea for JS Nation or React Summit. I think that would have been really good for Render, right? So maybe, like, submit something about it for next year for Render. That could be worthwhile. I think there was another one I was looking at, WasamCon. Yes. So the call for presentations ends on the 8th. So I at least, you know, if we're going to take some time to brainstorm this stuff, now's the perfect time for it. That's fine. Yeah, I think... Ideally, stuff that I have done here on stream would be the main goal. So let's look at SquiggleConf real quick, too. And let's double check, like, when is their CFP ending? also July 8th. So yeah, really like a bunch of July 8th stuff. I mean, I can write APIs, but like what would be compelling about a talk about APIs? Think a talk about Open API. Right? Tools for writing and maintaining Open API specs. I think that would be valid. All right, so hold on. Their CFP here. So they're looking for talks on interesting topics in the web tooling space. TypeScript tools are high on that list, so are web tools written in other languages or targeting other environments or runtimes. Them in the wild, right? So here's the big thing, Alava. You want to try and think about like what would make a good talk title, and then you can kind of fill in the blanks for those titles. So it's maybe the opposite of what we were talking about with, you know, like have the product and then come up with the name. I think in this case, coming up with the title is actually like the way to get your talk like grabbed. Right? But you can also like work backwards from the title for the content you want to have. So some of these, yeah, the titles are like placeholders. We'll want to fine tune the title once we get more of the content, right? And we don't need to have all of these talks written right now. It's one of those things where we can propose all sorts of stuff, and if we get accepted, we've got until November to make it, right? No, and that's kind of like the fun bit, right? Feature flagging, right? Flying your feature flags. What are feature flags? Why are they important? Which tools are available? Or, I don't know, something like that. So it depends. Like, there's a bunch of them. The squiggle stuff. Yeah, squiggle is meant for dev tools, right? So developer tools themselves, a library or a code tool, like how to use it, something like that, right? Product SDKs, whatever. Approaches for building client SDKs. Building an SDK ecosystem. To generate or not to generate. Yeah, so ideally though, Neff, it would be like the tool itself would be something we already have made. Right? The talk we can actually like fill in the blanks for, but I don't want to be developing a product and developing the talk at the same time. I'd rather have a product that I can make a talk around. Let me get more music going. So if I think about this, right, building an SDK ecosystem, that one's for SquiggleConf for sure. Xtism in the wild, probably also for SquiggleConf. All right, so we want to track which ones we've done so far and which ones we haven't. We at least need to submit to these two things that are relevant by the end of today. These other ones have until July 8th, which means we could save it for Saturday. So I'm going to probably pause on those. Yeah, I don't want to reuse any of those presentations. Yeah, anything listed with presentation dash is something I gave at most likely a meetup. Or possibly just at work. I'd like to avoid reusing them, but in some cases they might be relevant. Now, protecting the environment variables is one that we have over in GitHub. And I did do that at a meetup, but it's recent enough that I'm okay with it. Same thing with the reusable components. So those two are kind of like already done, but I think would still be relevant for other conferences. And yeah, we do have it in our today command. Yep. So our goal for the day is to get some talks submitted to JS Nation and React Summit. We've already done these two. Seems to me like a lot of these are very non-React focused. So if we look at JS Nation, this is their list. And for React Summit, this is their list. So, I mean, a lot of this could be relevant, but it needs to be relevant to the React community, as well as stuff around it. So, state management. So, different state management flavors. What up, Trevenge? How you doing? Proxy-based. Atomics. Redux-like. And then we can even say signals. It's fine, Revenge. So I like the idea of different state management flavors. Right, we haven't submitted that yet. I think that could be a good one, though. Right, so maybe we want to work on, like, a better title for it. The current state of state management. All right, so I like that. Trevenge, you don't even have to worry about that. You can just use get feedy and fudge it, because commit history is not set in stone. Whoa, hey, what's up, Prime? How you doing, man? Yeah, welcome, friends.
We are in the presence of greatness. Imagine the Primogen as a basketball superstar.
The bot said your name right.
Incredible agility, speed, and precision on the court. The Primogen's greatest play came during the final seconds of the NBA Finals. With their team down by 1 point, they received the ball at the top of the key, dribbled past 2 defenders, and launched a fadeaway jumper from the baseline as time expired.
Ooh, Kobe!
Through the net, securing the championship for their team. Throughout their career, the Primogen has achieved numerous milestones. They have been named the NBA Most Valuable Player 3 times and have been selected to the All-Star team on 10 occasions. The Primogen also holds the record for the most points scored in a single playoff game, dropping an astonishing 65 points against their arch rivals. Their incredible skill, dedication, and clutch performances have solidified their place among the greatest basketball players of all time.
I think this is even, yeah, this is the Laser Tiger album that Primogen likes so much. So yeah, that's funny.
We are in the presence of greatness. Imagine the Primogen as a basketball superstar.
Wait, it did it twice.
Incredible.
Wait, why did it do it twice?
Skills and clutch performances in high pressure.
Wait, do we have a bug? We might have a bug.
Primogen's greatest play came during the NBA Finals, where they sank a buzzer beater three-pointer from well beyond the arc to secure their team.
Oh, he subbed. Oh, I missed it. Ah, that's what it was. It's a different story this time.
All-star multiple times, won the
I missed that
MVP
sub.
award
That's
twice,
my bad.
and led the league in scoring for 3
And thank you for the follows, everyone. Dude, 62 months. Cannot stay but high. Yeah, no worries, Prime. Thank you.
Inspiring basketball players around the world.
Yeah, it's a fun bot. I don't have the current version of it hosted for anyone to use, but we do have it at this URL. Twitch voice rewards, I think. Yeah, so this one's wired up to Vappy. It works hit or miss. The version that we got right now allows us to do the sports star thing and even do like our own prompt and some of that stuff. But yeah, very similar. It just wires up to Twitch events such as a sub, such as bits. You can configure which ones you care about. And yeah, it's kind of fun. So, what was Prime up to? He had to get going, right? I totally get that. He was working on his game. What was he doing for the game? And yeah, I know I showed this off to him at one point, but he might not have seen it. He's doing his game in, like, ASCII, right? He had to pee, like, real bad? Okay. So he could use something like this to draw boxes and, like, you know, brainstorm, like, the UI a little bit. He was actively peeing as he raided. Yeah, sounds about right. He was bouncing on that ball furiously. Ooh, Malik shenanigans. Ooh, that's not good. Yikes. He's building his own renderer? Yeah, I was thinking this is more just like a Figma kind of thing, right? Not necessarily for him to use as a renderer, but for him to like explain and like prototype what he might want it to look like, you know? Yeah, it's kind of a cool tool. Right? It would at least be easier for him to like, you know, showcase what he's thinking in his head kind of thing, you know? Thank you, Wasabi Mayhem. And yeah, welcome everyone. So, what we are currently doing is never replacing GIMP. That's fine. I feel like I haven't seen him use GIMP before. I've only ever seen him just use like that drawing tool or whatever. This is called Synthwave. Thor uses pain. Yeah, okay, sounds about right. Sounds about right. But yeah, if you ever want the song that I'm playing, we've got a bot that does that. And this is like Prime's like, whenever I chat, he's like, oh, this is immediately the album I think of. Excalidraw or TL Draw. Yep. Yeah, I feel like I've seen Prime using Excalidraw more than I've seen GIMP, but maybe it was GIMP and I just didn't realize it. To me, it just looked like Excalidraw. He doesn't use Excalidraw, so it must have been GIMP. Okay, I didn't know that. Socroxy Stone, this is like, just imagine it as a Figma, but for ASCII art. I don't know how I can clear it. That'd be a lot better if I could. What if I delete the drawing? Alright, cool. And then we refresh and it's gone. Yeah, Theo does Excalidraw. For some reason, it seemed very simple. And yeah, Melky does Excalidraw as well. Meanwhile, if I'm doing, like, UI layout stuff, I do Sketch, right? So, like, you know, here's a page, here's the header, you know, here's where the sidebar might be, here's where the content might live. So, yeah, this is terrible. But, yeah. It's a screenshotting tool that I just use for, like, box model drawing, because I'm extremely lazy. Yeah, I use it for wireframing, right? Mainly because I'm terrible at Figma and all those other things, right? But yeah, so imagine this, though, as, like, an ASCII art Figma. So we could draw, like, you know, let's say Prime is doing a game. Here's the game UI. Here's where someone puts some towers, and he wants to, like, route things, right? He could actually, like, prototype the UI this way. Right? So, yeah, it's an option. I'm not saying he has to use it. I'm just saying, like, it might be fun to, like, help visualize his ASCII art. Exactly. Yeah, it's snapping at, like, where the characters would live. Like, it's really cool. So yeah, I'm not sure if he saw this when I pasted it in his chat the other day, but yeah, I found it the other day, and like, I recommended it to Tej, because they're doing, like, a full-on, like, you know, ASCII drawn, like, terminal thing for the coffee thing, right? So it might help them do their, like, Figma stuff for their terminal UI instead. What am I drinking? This is whiskey and Coca-Cola. I'm running pretty low already. AxiFlow. There you go. Touche. Nailed it. But yeah, so the main thing I'm working on, and let's show this real quick. We've got this tool called Vexilla. And in Vexilla, you might configure, it's a feature flagging tool, right? You might have multiple environments. We should probably rename them, right? So this one's dev. This one is staging. And we'll add another and call it prod. Right, so we're basically just working on a fully client-side, well, not fully client-side, but there is no server that this is saving to. The only way that you save and persist stuff is by sending it out to Git, right? So GitHub, GitLab, we're working on Bitbucket, right? The idea is they would be your source of truth. You would authenticate with them. You would treat a repository in here, such as not empty, as the source of truth. Now that we've got that set, we can see that we've got some changes up on the remote that we probably don't want to take in to our local, so we're just going to ignore that. And then bam, we've got 3 local changes we've made that we can push up and publish. So it's that kind of like UI where there is no server that I'm operating. This is just running right here in the browser. And the way these diffs and stuff are happening, and we've got some bugs. It is then pushing to GitHub or GitLab or whatever, and GitHub and GitLab end up being the source of truth for who changed what and when. And that's useful if you want to maintain SOC 2 compliance. Right? So the gist is, I'm not operating any servers. I am operating a very small one that is handling the auth to GitHub. But other than that, everything else is on someone else's hardware. So the feature flag file would live as a JSON file after it's gone through your CI/CD pipeline on GitHub or GitLab. It would then get pushed to something like S3 CloudFront type stuff or Cloudflare or whatever, right? But it's just a static file. And then from there, when you want to evaluate those feature flags, that is done at runtime
The sports star known as
using an SDK. And we built out SDKs for 10 different languages.
Incredible
I can show you
ability to
that.
anticipate their opponent's moves and control the board with their strategic brilliance. Their greatest play occurred during the World Chess Championship final, where they found
Thank you for the sub
themselves
there,
in
All
a seemingly impossible position against their rival. With only seconds left on the clock, All Mind Control made a series
With
of
SOC 2,
mind-boggling
you require a log of who changes what and when.
Queen, only
Git
to reveal
gives
it
you
in
that
checkmate
log.
3 moves later, securing the championship title.
Yes. Yeah, so
Throughout
SOC 2
their career,
compliance requires that you know who changed a flag when
They became the youngest
and what they
grandmaster
changed
in
it from,
history at the
right?
age
Like
of
that
14,
changed that audit trick.
And they have won multiple
You get that
world
for free
championships
using a
and
service
international
like
tournaments.
GitHub or
Their
GitLab because they have like the
unorthodox
change
playing style and ability
like
to control the
history,
game have
right?
earned them.
But it means I don't have a
Reputation
server
as one
that
of
has
the
to
most
maintain
brilliant
any of
minds
this.
in the history of chess.
So then if we go look at it, I've got a C# SDK, an Elixir SDK, Go, JavaScript, Kotlin, OCaml, PHP, Python, Rust, and Swift. It's a feature flagging tool. So yeah, you guys use Optimizely. I totally get that, but I can't afford Optimizely. So this is a feature flagging tool for people that want to bootstrap for their side projects or for their small startups where they don't want to afford Optimizely or anything crazy, right? That's the main goal behind it. Is there a monetization strategy for it? No, but I'm not too worried about it because I also don't have any servers I have to pay to operate. So instead, it's just a fun thing where I can practice working on a whole bunch of different languages. I can explore what fully runtime dependent feature flagging looks like instead of something like Launch Darkly where there has to be a server evaluating things. It's a fun idea, and I think it works for some very specific use cases. That's fine. I basically built this out for myself because I needed feature flagging for the chat overlay you see below, which is actually the same like product that Primogen uses. He doesn't use the same theme, but Stream Parrot is like the chat overlay, and I wanted to have billing in there but be able to turn it off and on. And then I eventually lost a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, like the goal was, while I was working on Stream Parrot, I needed some kind of feature flagging. I built out my own thing because I didn't see anything that existed that solved the problem in the way I wanted to solve it, because it could have just been client-side evaluation, right, on your server, which is still a client of the feature flag. But it all happens via just a static file, which is extremely cheap and easy to use. Now, technically, I could have just used Growthbook. Growthbook does that exact same thing, but I started doing this around 2021, and I don't think Growthbook was as popular as they are now, so I didn't know about it. And yeah, we got a whole bunch of follows. Real quick, let me shout them out. Micah Shell, Rat, Cody, Cloudsurf, Ambidan, Ambidangerous, I like that name, Ack Bailey, Archie, Lanky Moose, Mortal Morty, All Mind Control, That'll Do Pig, Melaneth, Erebus Labs, Slim Z Player, Agent FSB, Random Gamer, Yiska, DX Pong, El Capitan, Eugene Boss, and Hegbets. Thank you all for the follows. What is feature flagging in this context? Feature flagging is runtime evaluation of flags. So the big thing to remember is that env vars are deploy time. When you want to change an env var, you have to redeploy. You could keep your flags in your database, but that means that you're adding extra load to your database for something that really is not coupled to your data layer, right? It's like an application functionality thing versus like your data layer. So you're actually mixing concerns by putting feature flags into your database. So instead, your feature flags need to be runtime evaluatable and separate from all of your other systems. Does that make sense? The main reason you want that to be the case is you don't want your database going down to impact whether a thing is shown to the user in the application. Right? You want to show a different state for when the database is down, maybe, but turning a feature on and off at runtime is still important. So here's a good use case. If you're making a mobile app, it can take up to a week for any mobile app change to make it to your users, because there's the app approval process. So if you want to turn a theme on or off for a holiday, you need to ship that theme out to the users way ahead of time. And then, at runtime, evaluate whether that flag should be on or off. And you can do scheduled flags and all that stuff. And it's just your client, your app, or your server checking against this remote thing that has that source of truth and deciding to do something. So it's decoupling the evaluation of flags from your deploy process, which is why env variables are not a good substitute for feature flagging. How does the repo provide the truth? Well, it would be up to you to have the repo push that file somewhere that static file hosting happens. So the repo is providing the SOC 2 compliance of auditability. You are then still responsible for having a part of your CI/CD in the repo pushing the flags as a static file to some server, right? Static file servers, though, are extremely lightweight and very scalable. So the idea is that it's just a JSON file living on some CDN. That is far more scalable than your database system, right? The app has an idea of an SDK that you install, and that's what these SDKs that I just listed are. So you can have your backend using an SDK for C#, Elixir, Go, Kotlin, OCaml, PHP, Python, Rust, Swift. Your front end would use the JS SDK, and it's just a thing that fetches the JSON file and evaluates what's in that file based upon certain logic. So if you want to release out to 20% of your users, that 20% value lives in the JSON file. But how do you know if that user is within that 20%? And that's where a hashing mechanism kicks in. So you would take the user's ID and pass it through to the hashing function. The hashing function would then be set to give you a number between 0 and 100. If the user fits within that 20%, then they get the feature. So it's all runtime. You need an SDK to evaluate the flags that live somewhere. Many of the feature flag providers out there all have SDKs. Right? I can't think of a single one that doesn't have an SDK. Exactly. Right, in the worst case scenario, you might be dealing with a mobile app where a redeploy could take a week. Even in the best case scenario, at a company that's doing continuous deployment, that continuous deployment is still maybe like 20 to 30 minutes per environment to get things pushed up from your machine as a dev to the dev server to be evaluated. And then you do another PR from dev to staging, and you evaluate that. And then you do another PR from staging to prod. And if each of those things take 20 minutes to build and then test, you're looking at easily an hour before you can turn a feature on or off. Meanwhile, your feature flagging, you could actually schedule a timer to reevaluate the flags, to refetch them every 30 seconds, every minute. That's up to you to decide. And that's why we have the idea of multiple groups, because you could set your timers based upon one group needing to be updated every 30 seconds, one group needing to be updated every 5 minutes, etc. And that's kind of like dealing with a little bit, not quite the bundle size you're talking about, but this is more about what you're fetching, right? Like, if you want to fetch things every 30 seconds, you want that payload to be as small as possible. So you're only going to include like the absolute necessary flags in your 30-second timer. But then the stuff on the 5-minute timer, well, yeah, is it essential that you turn it off immediately? No, you can probably wait 5 minutes, right? So, Ivchi, blue-green is a different thing, right? Blue-green is meant to evaluate failure. You will deploy out your servers, and they will run, and they'll have their health checks. And if the health checks fail, you roll back. But that's still deployment dependent. So it doesn't prevent, like, the amount of lag time it takes to actually ship something to the thing that actually triggers that blue-green deployment, right? So you're gonna have checks and balances of code review. How long does that code review take? At least 20 minutes, just to, like, even get someone's attention. So they have a moment that they're actually available to review that thing right away. How often does someone get to a code review within 20 minutes of you needing it? Pretty rare, right? So you're still being beholden to your deploy process, even if you're doing blue-green. So this is to decouple the turning on or off of something from your deploy process. And I get that, Ivchi, it's not the same thing. It's really, really not the same thing. Because no matter what, to ship out version number 2, you're beholden to your code review process. You're beholden to your deployment process. And those things take time. More time than simply toggling a flag and letting the fetch timer just get the new value. Mm-hmm. Right? Even if your deploy takes 5 minutes, there's still code review. There's still multiple environments. No, Ivchi, you're still missing it, right? You can deploy both. How do you know what the second thing is until you've had it go through code review? So you're still dependent upon code review, which is a part of the deploy process. We're talking about when someone has a change that they push up to get reviewed, right? The moment they do that push is when the timer starts, not when the deploy process starts. The deploy process actually involves the human element more so than I think you're giving it credit for. It involves QA, signing off on things. Most companies have multiple environment, like branches, they need to push things up through. So yeah, Wasabi, you're talking about bundle size. If we look at it, exactly, that's what I'm saying, Ivchi, right? So if you're only counting the time it takes for, like, the hardware process to run for deploying the servers, you're still missing the fact that your deployment process is more than that, technically, right? And that's what we're trying to say. Technically, the deployment process for a mobile app involves the store's review process, right? Like, all these things take time, right? And that's what you're trying to avoid with feature flags. Yeah, I was trying to come up with some talk ideas for, like, JS Nation and React Summit, their cutoff is today. I was just catching some people up on what feature flagging is, because we got a huge raid from the Primogen, and I'm making sure that people understand what we're mainly working on, and then after that we're good. So that's the main thing there, Gil, on. That's why I'm trying to push for the fact that your feature flags would live in their own repo, because the evaluation and deployment process for that would be much faster. Right? But it does still involve a bit of the human element. Depending, you could have it pushed directly without a pull request, and you're still getting the audit tracking of it, which is why we have that here in our config too. So for some cases, deploying out a change to your feature flags, maybe you don't require a pull request and it just pushes automatically, and then it does its CI/CD process of validating that it's legit JSON and then just pushing it where it needs to go. Right? So yeah, it depends on, like, how strict you want to be about that, but I figured there was going to be people that wanted a pull request step in there. So I figured, yeah, might as well add it. like within the base level functionality of the app. Yeah. Because even then, it's still faster than like the 30-minute build and test process per environment at some companies. I use that as an example because I worked at a company where it was a 20-minute build and test pipeline, but then we were also waiting 10 to 20 minutes for someone to review each environment, for QA to sign off for it to get to prod. And when it's all said and done, if you wanted to get something up to production, it was an hour and a half, like bare minimum. Yes, you do end up developing a lot of unnecessary code. There are tools to start evaluating that. Resonant Frequency pointed out Guitar, which I have not used yet, but they are kind of focusing on that processor, right? About being able to evaluate stale flags and things like that. There's also a thing from Uber, if I could spell, Piranha, and there's even like a polyglot version of it that's using Tree Sitter. At which point it'll actually like remove stuff. Oh, and it's the same team. That's right. So yeah, the devs that worked at Uber have spun off and started doing Guitar. Yeah, for sure, exactly. So yeah, really cool stuff, right? Like really, really nifty. You could do that too, Gilon. Yeah, for sure. Now, hold on. Let me look at this. So, bundle phobia, Vexilla client, right? And I think it's even lighter than this. So, right, adding 6.4K to your minified gzipped bundle is probably not a big deal. That's like the whole JS client. Because, yeah, that was you, right, Wasabi, that was asking about bundle size? How often do you use feature flags? It depends, Itchy. I would say for my side projects, I've only used them a handful of times. But being able to turn billing off and on in production is incredibly valuable. Right, and that's what I did for Stream Parrot. Stream Parrot, if you logged into it, you won't see the billing thing because the feature flag is off. But that code is shipped up. One really nice thing about flags is you can ship something to production and have it off for everybody, but QA can have maybe a browser extension where you toggle it on. Right? So QA could use the browser extension and turn that flag on to evaluate it in production using production data and see how that works. Because, again, you don't know if it works until it's up there, right? You can have something that works fine in dev and staging, and then all of a sudden production it breaks. So being able to, like, toggle that on without affecting any other users is hugely useful. And yes, for some systems, yeah, maybe systems like Growthbook. But yeah, the basic gist is that when you think about it, feature flags are the building block to A/B testing, right? A/B testing is pretty much just a feature flag with measurement. There are some companies that start out as A/B testing tools and then work backwards into feature flagging. I think that's how Posthog did it. But for the most case, or for the most common cases, I think companies start out as feature flag tools and turn into A/B testing tools. Is Vexilla paid? No, it's totally free and open source. It is still early. Like, I would say it's not fully released yet. We do have it at 1.0.3, but that's because I made some major breaking changes between, like, the 0.x that I made a couple years ago and what we've done so far. If you do want to try it out, I would love to hear your feedback. I would say, you know, there might be some edge cases, right? The docs need a lot of work still. Nobody will use it? Maybe not, hashtag, but it was fun to make. Do you enjoy just raining on people's parade, though? Is that what you get your kicks on doing? Am I humid? No, I'm Chris. The Kotlin SDK is not released yet. Sorry, yeah, I gotta get that pushed up. I think Maven is the main place to release that, right? So yeah, technically the only SDKs I have released so far are Rust and JavaScript. Trying to remember the other one. And Elixir. Yes. Yeah, I wrote all of these SDKs by hand. I had some help with the OCaml SDK from Dylan Mulroy, and I had some help with the Swift SDK a bit from Joanna Sorlingis. So yeah, Maven and Gradle. Okay. I think, Jonah, you're talking about, like, my humidifier, right? But I find that interesting. So, hashtag Lobo has been following for almost a year. 200 messages in. Why the sudden snark? Right? I'd expect it from someone who maybe doesn't follow or hasn't chatted here before, but odd for someone to be that prevalent here to suddenly become so snarky. If it was up to you, you'd write your own SDK. And you can. I don't have any good docs for that right now, but you can totally look at the other SDKs. They're all pushed up to GitHub at least right now. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Jonah. Yeah, I missed a couple others. Hold on. Zerabel, Dr. Good Guy, Gillon, Yaspa, Pennymax, Kuiz, and Jonah. Thank you. And hey, what's up, Johannes? We just said your name. Did we summon you? Thank you. So yeah, the big thing we're actually trying to do right now, though, before we move on to our Bitbucket integration, we got the GitLab integration working. We've still got some bugs. Like, nothing's perfect. You had to chat with B Dougie. Awesome. Yeah, he's super cool. Glad that worked out. Awesome. Yeah, that's great. Hell yeah. Perfect. Two weeks in Alaska? Nice. Yeah, sounds fun. What'd you do while you were in Alaska there, Deja Vu? Thank you for the follow, Isdev. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. But yeah, so I need to submit some talks, right? I've already done 2 talks submitted, and I have to finish these by today. Wasabi, thank you for the follow. Right, we did one about building Git-powered Node.js applications for JS Nation. That's going to be about like Node-Git and libgit2 kind of stuff. There's also React Summit US, and that one we've submitted so far is OTel Show and Tell, so wiring up Next.js to OpenTelemetry. I think that would be a fun talk. We're trying to think about what other ones we could do because their CFP closes today. So I want to get at least one more talk submitted to each one of these. Jonah, that's up to you, really. I mean, if it's late, maybe you don't want to waste it. Because you might just go to sleep anyway. Talks about JS internals, Node.js event loop. Here's the thing. I think Jake Archibald has done the canonical event loop talk, so I don't think there's anything I could add to that. Exactly. So I don't think there's anything I'd be able to add to that conversation. Take it easy there, please, Wasabi. Here, we try not to naysay languages, etc., right? Because their usefulness is more important. Oftentimes, if you're building an API, like a REST API, you're just writing glue anyway, right? The speed of your glue language is pretty unimportant. That's fine. I'm just saying we don't want to encourage that type of like argument and conversation. The key is the speed of the language you're using for glue, which is typically gluing together your database, gluing together third-party APIs, and then responding with some JSON. The speed of your language for that is not important. Your database choice is going to be far more important than your glue language. Now, if you're writing other things where absolute performance matters, that's fine. But, yeah, that's typically not the conversation we're having here. It's fine. No, I appreciate it there, Wasabi. But yeah. Bun is fast. Yeah, it's fine. But again, it's a glue language. It's a glue runtime. The speed of your glue runtime is not that important. The speed at which you can run your tests does become important. So yeah, bun for your tests in CI/CD. Okay, I can see that. Exactly, right? And I know, this is a big difference coming from the Primogen stream. I think the big thing to recognize is it's a nice problem to have if you need someone at the Primogen's level to optimize performance. All right? Most applications will never get to that level of scale. So caring about your language choice is actually so much less important. Needing the Primogen is a nice problem to have. Very few applications will ever have that problem. Do I have a Spotify? I don't. I've been fairly anti-Spotify ever since Tool started out being anti-Spotify. Maybe, Joannis, but once you start getting outside of the performance conversation, hiring becomes your more important conversation. Right? Developer ergonomics is a nice thing to consider, but being able to hire developers is far more important. Here's my link that explains what I consider the biggest problem with services like Spotify. Ecosystem, hireability, exactly, Jonas. So, look at it this way, right? 100 people, and he made $300. 100,000 people, and he made $1,200. If you're just looking at the dollar number, you would think Spotify is better. But if you imagine him getting just 10% of the users that streamed his stuff into a purchase, he would have made $3,000 instead, right? So Spotify is actually antagonistic to the artists. It is really, really hard for an artist to actually make money off of Spotify. Right, you might think that, Suga, but no, like, just the level of scale. If Spotify didn't exist, or if it was actually more supportive of artists, he'd make a better living. There is a greater pathway for people purchasing music from piracy than there is from Spotify. For sure. There is a greater purchase pipeline from piracy than there is from Spotify. Think about that. That's crazy, right? The odds of someone buying your album from piracy versus Spotify. I mean, Suga, you say that. Are you a musician? Are you trying to make money off of making music? You say this in a hypothetical, right? If you are a musician on the side, then you care more about being heard. If you're a musician actually trying to make money, you need to make enough to survive. If you had wheels, you'd be a wagon. Exactly, Joannis. Yep. I mean, that's the big reason I believe that Tool, for the longest time, did not allow their music on Spotify. It's still the reason why Neil Young, or at least last I checked, Neil Young is not on Spotify. Now, I don't like Neil Young. I don't like his music. But I can at least appreciate what he stands for in that regard. As an example, what you hear me listening to here on Bandcamp, I bought those albums. So, you know, if you don't want to believe it, or you don't want to, like, subscribe to the idea, that's fine. Yeah, that's my big complaint there, Melanin. I think more of the ad revenue should go to the artists. I don't think Spotify is actually doing the right thing with the percentage they pay out. I think the artists need to be paid better by Spotify. Exactly, Melanith, right? That's what we were talking about earlier. And I'm not sure if you heard it just now, but I've pointed out that the pipeline to purchase is actually a better pipeline for piracy than it is for Spotify. Do I think record labels pay artists better? No, I think self-releasing is in the best place it's ever been. Right? Being your own label is so much more possible than it's ever been. Right? Digital distribution is basically free. I don't think you need major record labels. The only thing major record labels have is connections with, you know, industry people, which is already just a shady deal in general, you know? Ivchi, yeah, look up the amount of artists that can make money, right? When you say make it solo, look at the amount of artists that make it with a record label. It's very few, actually. The top 20 or whatever, right? That BS. The Billboard Top 100 is the same people all the time due to industry glad-handing. Yeah, publishers are a huge problem. Self-publishing is the way to go. And there are books that have made it self-publishing. There are all sorts of things that have made it self-publishing. And Ivchi, right? By making it, how do you make it? Industry glad-handing. If that system were to go away, because it's a relic of 100 years ago, it would be a lot easier for artists to actually make it. I just pointed out the definition of making it is the Billboard Top 100, and it's all bullshit. What do we make of that conclusion? The industry prefers itself. It's nepotism. It's backhand deals, right? It's shady industry stuff. Industry plans. Yeah. Right? That same system you're talking about, Ivchi, gives us the New York Times bestseller list. You know what it takes to make it to the New York Times bestseller list? Having enough money to buy your own book 100,000 times. And then you've made it. Like, it's a bullshit thing you're arguing at this point. We want to talk purely self-publishing. The dude that wrote The Martian. Self-published to Amazon. Sold the rights for the film. No, if she definitely is just being a contrarian. I just pointed to you the exceptions as well, right? I pointed to you the exceptions in your case, which is the Billboard Top 100, which is 100% bullshit. But you just want to argue at this point, Itchy, so I don't know, man. I'm over it. You don't want to be convinced, you just want to be right. I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to just make my case that self-publishing is a more ethical path. Just in general. I think things would be better if we all supported self-published artists, self-published musicians, self-published authors. Whatever you say, Itchy. So far, Ivchi, all you have done is try and counter things I'm saying without providing anything yourself. That is a contrarian. It's true. But you're the one that asked for stats. I'm like, dude, you were already cringe. I'm like, dude, you already cringed it up. You're the one that asked for stats. That was already cringe. And I pointed out a stat using that Andrew Hung. Exactly, so you're just being a contrarian. You just want to naysay what I'm saying without saying anything yourself. Like, that's literally a contrarian, dude. So yeah, Ivchi, I'm just gonna start ignoring. But real quick, I am gonna go pour another beverage. So let me go grab another soda and I'll be right back. And thank you, Wasabi. I appreciate that. That's a really good statement. You are going to JS Nation? Yeah, we gotta figure out which ones of these talks I should submit to JS Nation. Yeah, the New York one, yep. So I've submitted building Git-powered Node.js applications. What would be another one to submit? It is Dorama Sands. It's even better. So Joannis, let's look at it this way. As far as my career goes, I've typically been the front-end person on small teams where it's just a front-ender and a back-ender. Typically been front-end lead on somewhat larger teams. But in my side projects and in my freelancing, I've done full stack. So I've been doing this for, I don't know, let's say 10-ish years. I have hosted, Magento and WordPress sites on VPSs before fancy stuff like Vexilla, etc. existed, right? So I have that experience of the full stack. I've been building REST APIs on my own side projects and jumping in from the front end to the back end to make things happen for, 10-ish years. But I also am pretty damn good at front end, so that typically funnels me to front end lead type stuff, right? Because I understand affordances, user experience, just general like data flow and rendering and things like that, right? Component lifecycle. I used to do I did Objective-C stuff back in the day for iOS, right? And I got really familiar with basically the React component lifecycle, right? The render function, which is draw on Objective-C, right? That entire life cycle has been very familiar to me for a long time. So front end, just kind of I don't know. I understand that better than most of my peers that I've worked with. So things like that. But as far as back end goes, I consider myself a full stack developer in the truest sense of the word. Does that make sense? Joannis, I think you asked that, right? Okay. Alright, so that's for SquiggleConf and WasomeCon. Those two can wait. But I do want to submit to those. And November 11th, 12th? 19th, 22nd. Alright, so I could still do WasomeCon. Ivchi, you just seem like a troll, man. You've been really negative the moment you got here. I needed to do my best to convince you about the feature flagging, right? You just have a really antagonistic way of chatting, Ivchi, and I don't like it. You set the tone from the very beginning, and I feel like I've had to be defensive against you the entire time. Feature flagging, yeah. I think, what is it? Feature flags.dev or something? Is it flags? Hold on. Or I think we have it in the Vexilla. Featureflags.io. That was it. So yeah, understanding feature flags. This is a site owned by LaunchDarkly. Is this their logo too? There's also another site you can check out. No, it's fine. Just full transparency. Resonant Frequency works at Growthbook. They also sent me some free swag. I know I didn't have to do that. I just felt like it was fun. But yeah, I do like the transparency of at least saying, there's a bias there. Growthbook is a feature flag company like LaunchDarkly, like Optimizely, like Split.io. And really, different companies, same team. If everyone becomes more knowledgeable about feature flags in general, we all win. All right, so yeah, let's brainstorm. What talk do we think would be really good for JS Nation? I think these two could be really good. Yeah, it's hard to get a workplace to support like a hand-rolled thing. Plenty of companies do it. And then I think plenty of companies realized it was probably a bad idea. See, I think reusable web components we could actually submit to React Summit as well. SA. What does SA stand for in that context? Solution architect. Got it. Whiskey and Coca-Cola. The whiskey is Elijah Craig. All right, so yeah, reusable web components or mitosis. Let's actually come up with a better title for this, actually. Sharing components. Come on, we got to think of a title. What would be a good title for a talk about web components? Ooh, sharing is caring. I like that. Strategies for reusable web. Boom. So Sugar, feature flags, feature toggles, same thing. The problem with toggle is that people assume that it's just a Boolean on or off. Whereas feature flagging could actually be very differently configured. So hold on, let's go look at that real quick. If we go look at this group, let's say we have a feature. There's the idea of a toggle, which is just on or off, right? Nice and simple. But we could also do a different type, like a gradual toggle, right? So it's not just an on-off, it's on-off depending on if your user's ID is within the 35% threshold of your users. And this seed could help us select a different 35% as we change them. Right? And we can have it set for each environment. So realistically, we'd probably just want it to be 100% of users in dev, probably 100% in staging, and then, for the threshold for production, maybe that's to 20%, right? And we roll it out. Are things working? All right, well, let's try and roll it up to 40%. Right? We get the same 20% of users and then another 20%. If we wanted to get a different subset, we could actually change this seed value, and it doesn't matter like where in that it is, because we're just doing hashing, and that seed is like a random to kind of get like a different hash value. If you're curious about the hashing algorithms in general, I have this blog post that I think is kind of fun. And I've got some graphs in there that kind of like, show off some of the things to consider about like the distribution of a hashing algorithm and things like that. Right? I show one of my original hashing functions, which is incredibly simple, right? Using 42 as a magic number in there, obviously. But then we actually graph things, and we can start like looking at the speed and the distribution and see that certain algorithms are going to be better than others. So yeah, it's kind of fun. Let me know how you feel about that blog post. I can always make changes and fix it. We haven't published it anywhere like major yet. But yeah, so you just saw gradual. What about selective? Like, let's say you want to release out to only a couple good talks or a couple good users. Would that make a good talk? I think it would make a good subset of a talk. I don't know if it would be a good talk on its own, unless it was at the Launch Darkly event or some other, like feature flag focused event, right? Like on its own, I'm not sure it's quite as valuable. It could be though. Like honestly, hashing algorithm distribution, right? Hashing algorithm considerations, right? More like the process of it. So like how I ended up doing that part. Yeah, that could be fun. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, we're gonna noodle on that a bit more. I like that. Yeah, exactly. Right? And yeah, I think some of like the trickiness in that blog post, right? Like some of the issues with like 64-bit like floating point type issues. Welcome back, Wasabi. Yeah, I don't know. I think that would make a good talk. Would that be one for JS Nation or React Summit? Like maybe I just hold that one in the back pocket for SquiggleCon? Or maybe just some other talk, like more generalized? Or just save it for next year's Launch Darkly conference? I don't know. It's at least in the list. We can think about it some more. But yeah, so selective. You might have like a certain set of users that you want to add to this list. And maybe it's like user ID 1, blah, 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 right? So you can actually release things out to specific users, or maybe a list of like organization IDs, etc. Like you want to roll out a feature to only one organization that cared about it, have them test it for you, and then release it to the rest of your users. There could be a whole bunch of stuff for that. And then last but not least, this is probably the most like different kind of flag. This isn't about turning something off or on. This is about a value. So let's just say, and I'm going to have to use a real world example for this, right? We're going to set this as a number. It's going to be an integer for now. It's going to be, right? We don't need a schedule for it, though a schedule would be really nice. And in fact, no, let's do a schedule because it makes more sense. what we want to do is, let's say for the month of July, and we can make it go longer, we actually want it to be only active from 9 to 5. So 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Right? Outside of that time, something different. Now, realistically, this isn't a great example for what I was talking about. So instead, I don't have a good way of doing this. But instead, let's just say it happens only on Thursdays. I'd love to make it just like every Thursday. That would be a better way to show this. But at a company I worked at, which was a life insurance company, we were building out a software life insurance like application, right? Our entire back end was tying to like other providers, other like underwriting back ends and things like that, and we were gluing them together. But it meant with all these things together, we could give someone a quote for their life insurance policy within like 8 hours, when normally that underwriting process takes, you know, easily a couple weeks. So we were massively able to optimize around that. But due to costs and certain things, we really only wanted to make it work for customers that would have a policy worth $1 million or more. But during our initial launch, we were needing to like validate this with real customers, right? Just to like prove things out. So on Thursdays from like 2 to 5 p.m. or something like that, I forget the exact hours, we would lower that minimum threshold to 500K. That way we could get more users onboarded into the system and validate with real customers, etc. Because we were not using feature flags, it involved us getting this process going an hour and a half before everything. Because we had 3 environments, it means we would change one config value in our front end and our back end, get those pushed up as PRs, get someone to review them because we had, you know, a requirement of 2 reviewers for every PR to get something merged. Then we'd have to get it merged up to the next environment from dev to staging. Same process, 2 reviewers, get QA involved. And then finally, the same thing, do it from staging to production. Same thing, still 2 reviewers to get that PR done. And you're looking at 20 minutes to 30 minutes of just like build time and testing for all this stuff, right? End-to-end tests, like all that. That means an hour and a half of lead time to get this thing launched up and ready for a customer by the 2 o'clock. And then an hour and a half of lead time to get this thing pushed up to turn it off again, because we weren't using feature flags. Instead, if we could schedule that and have this value simply just be 500K if it's active, or fall back to the default value we care about, boom. We don't even need human interaction. We just need to change the date, because we don't necessarily have a way of configuring every Thursday from 2 to 4 p.m. So yes, some of this stuff that I've built out is totally based upon my previous experience dealing with companies that didn't have feature flagging for something they totally should have had feature flagged. Let me get more music going, though. But yeah, right? So this is not a featured toggle. This is just simply a value. Another thing you could then recognize is that because feature flags are a building block to A/B testing, this value could be a string, and it's maybe just like the title on your homepage. Like, you know, maybe the default value is use feature flags, and we want to try and test out, like, hey, let's see if we get more conversions during the, you know, during some period of time, let people evaluate it, and it's like, you need feature flags, right? If we get more conversions during that time, then hey, we should probably just make that the default value, but we don't want to do it for everybody, so we can roll it out, and we can test it. And you can have marketing get in there and fiddle with this value whenever they want. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, that's the basic idea. Feature toggles is maybe a less valuable term for it because it kind of pigeonholes people into thinking of it as just on or off. Right? Just a Boolean value, when instead it could be more. What was the thing, what did we call them? Feature wands? Right? Because they're magic or whatever. Is that what it was there, Resonant? So yeah, I met Resonant Frequency here through a like feature flag super stream that I was totally out of my element for, right? Like there were people from all of these big companies, Launch Darkly, DevCycle. I think we had someone from Split, ConfigCat, right? Growthbook. There was a whole bunch of like really, really like credentialed and awesome people there. And just because I stream and I've been working on this, Aaron, like, you know, tagged me as like getting involved, so I got to participate, which was super fun. So yeah, like really cool. And yes, during like the talk for that, I guess the term feature wand came up. And I think they even made some graphics or something for it. Like, I don't know, it'd take me a while to play. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Like, I don't know. And again, different companies, same team. Because we're all just working together to make people more aware about feature flags in general. So I want to try and do this one for JS Nations. And I'm going to say we're probably good here. I don't think we need more than 3 talks submitted to each one. How do you get rid of that bundle size? I mean, did you not see? Like, my bundle size... Like, when you say the bundle size, you mean, like, the logic, right? Of those features being, like, the conditional logic of if the feature should be on or off. That is so much less of your bundle size compared to other things. Right, you'd be better off, like, trimming your dependencies rather than worrying about the extra logic. Right, per route bundling should get you, like, way closer to what you care about anyway. I think worrying about the bundle size of the extra logic for your feature flags is a moot point. Right, because think about it, like, how many extra lines are you typically adding for a flag? No, and I get it. I really do wonder how necessary that is. It does depend on the size of your application, but I really think your code splitting would benefit you more anyway, right? So if you're doing per route bundling, right, shaving 1K is a bit meh, right? It really does depend on how much extra weight you have for each feature, sure. In a real-world use case, that matters. It depends on the application. If you're building a dashboard application, per-route bundling is fine. Right? And the majority of applications out there for JavaScript payloads are dashboard applications. So per-route bundling per, like, you know, like route boundary is actually more important than worrying about your bundle size, like, in total. I think there are better ways to shave that 1K, is what I'm getting at. Like, how many K do you think you have extra that didn't need to be there? And I think another big point is, once, like, HTTP 2, HTTP 3 is more standardized, you're going to be doing, like, conditional, like, async loading anyway, right? So I think it's a temporary problem, what you're describing. In a post-HTTP 3 world, You can just do async loaders for the stuff that you're loading in, right? Right? Like an async import solves that problem if it's inside of your like branch of logic, right? Is that a module federation concern? I think that's the part I'm less clear about. Like, I don't understand module federation. But I think here's my biggest point there, Wasabi. On most of the applications I've worked on, that little bit of bundle size was a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of data we were loading, right? Like at Fairwinds, the amount of data we loaded over the wire was actually way more of a problem than the bundle size, right? Especially because we can do per route, like bundling, right? So you're gonna load up a route. It's gonna have, sure, like some graphing stuff in it. It's gonna have maybe some flags that you're turning off and on. That is a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of data we're fetching from the back end to display in those graphs. Again, it depends on if you're doing data-heavy applications versus other things. I think most dashboard applications end up being data-heavy anyway, right? So I still think the bundle size is less of a concern. But yes, I think in a future where we have async import inside of your conditional logic, you're good to go then, right? So yeah, I think async imports will solve a lot of that, but it requires HTTP3 to be widespread, right? So just standard like import module name, right? Instead of import thing from thing, it's const value equals import of the thing. That is an async import that's a promise, and you can have that nested inside of your conditional logic. So let's show an example. Hopefully they have it, right? This right here. There's a big difference between this, which is static and synchronous, versus this, which is a promise that you resolve later. And in React world, if you're using React Router is using the async import syntax. No, I think you're missing the fact that this might be ES6, etc. Like, technically, ES6 is widespread enough that you shouldn't be worrying about it. Right? If you can target modern browsers, ES6 is there. So you don't need to worry about it. But you're maybe missing the fact that this is not the same as this. This is synchronous at bundle time. This is asynchronous at runtime. React Router, when it's doing per route loading, right, per route bundling, this is happening at runtime. And that's why you're able to load only a single page's like bundle rather than the entire application's bundle all at once. So you're already using async imports in a lot of cases, but you're probably not nesting them within feature flag. And the reason you don't want to do that is because a lot of cases we're still operating in HTTP 1 territory, which means every single fetch is its own handshake process, right? Whereas HTTP 3, you could reuse that connection. And HTTP 2 is basically dead. HTTP 3 is what we would use at this point. But the basic gist would be, and hold on, like, I understand you're still processing, but let me at least, like, talk through it. You could, theoretically, wrap an import like this in conditional logic. You would probably need some form of higher order component to wrap around this in a React context. Right? Like a lazy component. I don't think we're, like, there yet, right? Because HTTP 3 is not a thing that we can, like, rely upon. But yeah, right? Like, boom, you can do an async iffy, load something if something is true, right? Like a feature flag. And then run this thing that has side effects. I just think we don't have any good mechanisms for it for the front end yet, because people are focusing on RSCs and, like, streaming instead. When instead, I think this would be far more important, but this is more like SPA focused instead of, like, SSR focused. And there isn't as much money in SPA focused stuff. Vercel makes their money off SSR. So yeah, right? The reason it's not so widespread is because doing this directly is still not a great experience. It requires tooling and frameworks to think about it this way from the start, which you do kind of get with things like Astra, right? Their islands approach. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still, like, learning about this stuff too. No expert. The people who know a lot about Module Federation could probably talk your ear off about it. But yeah, let's actually get some of these talks proposed, right? I think this one is actually relevant for this team. All right. Oh, and I tried to save that. That's probably a mistake. So what I need to do now is, let's see, this one is for JS Nation. Let's submit a few of these, because I got to do it before the end of today. Today's the cutoff. This is a talk. Ooh, do any of these actually make sense as a workshop? I don't think so. Alright, so first one, JS Nation. Sharing is caring. Strategies and tools for reusable components. And I didn't realize I had that in there. Here it is. And yeah, Wasm mentioned. Alright, so short presentation summary. Building out design systems and reusable components. Be a chore. There are a couple interesting solutions. The web component specification is probably the most fun. We will dig into and learn about raw components, as well as some tools that make them easier to write and distribute. Okay. Don't want to have to rewrite the same UI widgets like buttons and inputs across all of your components, all of your companies. Apps and services. Is that pretty good? Yeah, so you're talking about like pure components. I think that's actually a little more like focused than I want to get, right? A reusable component could be something like Twitch's chat, right? If you want to embed that chat component in a bunch of different places, but still have it maintain its own state, that is still useful, right? And it's still a reusable component. And the state you might rely upon is the username or the channel name that you would pass into, right? That would be derived from other parts of your app. So yeah, I think the state part is less important. Sure. We will also cover a different approach using mitosis from builder.io, in which you write a component that gets compiled into a native component for your framework of choice. Cool. So I think that's a good description right there. Alright, describe the structure, etc. So, intro, and we want to copy and paste this because we're going to have to do it twice. Introduction. Describe the use case of reusable components. History of web components. Example of a web component, of a native web component. Tools that make writing web components easier. That's what we're going to talk about right there. Yep, Lit and Stencil are the tools that I am going to mention. And then a different approach with mitosis. Short example of how I used it for a fun project. What was it? It was... what did we call it? Better... come on. Warringer avatars. Alright, so here's an example of where I ended up using mitosis, just because I thought it was interesting and fun. Right? And it's the same component, written as a mitosis component, that then compiles to React, Vue 2, Vue 3, Svelte, Solid, Angular, and Quick. So, write once, compile to 7 different frameworks, but they are native components for these frameworks. Which means they're easier to debug, it's outputting code that you can actually read, and it's just a slightly different approach. So yeah, let's go look at the demo. Let's look at the React one. Why not? Right? And we can see, hey, there they are. We can randomize the palette. Sure. We can pick some of these other things. And I did not come up with all of these, like, designs or, like, the core of how this works, etc. What I did is I ported it over to mitosis because it was just a React set of components. There are a bunch of different, like, libraries that people have written to port these to things like Angular, etc. But instead, they're all, like, disparate. They're all maintained by completely different people. To make a change to one means it might not make it into the others. Whereas here, if we wanted to add another flavor, we could support it for all 7 frameworks that we currently target very easily. So yeah, it's kind of fun, right? And all of these, like, the nice part would be making this, like, more deterministic, but these images are derived from the name that we passed. So you can have your application give the user an avatar until they upload their own, but it's a different avatar than what someone else might have. So it's similar to like a gravatar, things like that, but it's better than just the generic like user icon, right? So yeah, basically a different approach with mitosis. Short example of how I used it. And let's just say example of how I used it. So I'd say that is our so now let's submit it. It's that. So you pass in the name, and the name is hashed into the colors and like shapes. So there's a hashing algorithm involved. Not hashing it as in passwords, hashing as in like hash maps. So it's just taking their name, and it's deterministic based upon that name. That means it renders the same on everybody's device, but it's still generated rather than shipping an image with the application. What's up, Melanith? The difference between hashing passwords versus hash maps? Yes, hashing passwords, you do not want collisions. You want to avoid collisions as much as possible. With hash maps, your goal is actually to have a collision. Same type of operation, but the algorithm you're going to use to do it is going to be very different between the two. The goal of a hash map hashing algorithm is to have collisions. The goal of hashing passwords is to have as few collisions as possible. What algorithm would the hash map use? You do end up with collisions, but you want to avoid them as much as possible. So, in the case of feature flagging for gradual releases, like we were talking about earlier, you might use FNV1A, which is what Growthbook uses, which is what Vexilla uses. And they even say, somewhere in here, blah, 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 it is not a cryptographic hash. So when you're doing it for passwords, you want a cryptographic hash. This is not a cryptographic hash. Maybe? FNV is one of the simpler hashing algorithms, right, for non-cryptographic hashing. It ends up being pretty fast as well. But CRC32, maybe? Sure. You could even consider MD5 a non-cryptographic hash at this point. It just means that Prime is really supportive of the entire community. I don't know if you saw, he's been subscribed to me for 62 months. Like, he's just that awesome of a dude. If you want to think about it that way, Melanith, that's fine, but there is a very clear distinction between them. You would be doing your users and your application and everyone a disservice by using FNV1A for password hashing. And yes, the bar does keep moving as better hashing algorithms are discovered. Yeah, sure. But, you know, these days you would be doing everyone a disservice by using MD5 for password hashing, because the amount of collisions per iterations is far higher than what you would expect with something like Blowfish. Or, I forget what's... Is Blowfish the algorithm, or is it just the library? I think it's just the library. I forget what the underlying algorithm is. Or, no, Blowfish is the algorithm. Bcrypt is the library. Sorry, there we go. Yeah. Brain fart. And theoretically, Bcrypt could use other algorithms under the hood, but Bcrypt, the library, is doing some very specific steps, right? Yeah, CPU time required to find a collision. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that really do separate what is cryptographic versus non-cryptographic. And that's basically just the arms race of CPUs becoming faster, etc. I think the big difference there is, Melanith, you want a fast hashing algorithm for, like, hash maps. Whereas for passwords, you actually want a slow hashing algorithm. Right? To prevent the generation of rainbow tables, etc. So it really is like, yeah, it's based upon CPU time, mostly, but also collisions in general. And honestly, these are great questions. I feel like I understand this stuff better as we chat about it. So, yeah, forcing me to explain these things makes me understand it, as I can actually talk about it. But real quick, I do have to use the restroom. This soda's flowing right through me, isn't it? We need to finish hammering out this talk, sharing is caring, and we need to finish submitting it to JS Nation, and I think it's also valuable for React Summit. So, yeah, let me go pee. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So yeah, let's get these submitted. And yeah, I think that's a good time. Oh, there you go. All right, what category does this fit into? Browser API? User interfaces? I think it works. Yep. Either option is fine. Oh, in previous talks. Oh, I'm so bad at this one. Hold on. I'm going to paste them here to chat. I know I have these links somewhere. Okay, yes, let me post these into chats. Alright, so there's one. There's two. Oh. And there is three. Okay. So yeah, some previous talks I've given. The Manning Rust Conference. That talk was fun. Rust Wassum and you. And you too. Yes, I did give a talk at NeoVimConf or VimConf 2020. I think I gave one at 2021 as well, but the 2020 was better. And yes, I wrote a plugin for NeoVim using VS Code. Which is not actually that crazy, because Tim Pope uses NeoVim to maintain VS Code plugins. Right? It's just a tool. It's just fun making things. Ooh, a picture of me. Do I have a link to that? Ooh, a short bio. Yeah, so hold on. Let me copy and paste all this. That way I don't lose it. Yeah, the Sriracha hoodie. I even have the green beanie, right? Yeah, that was my Halloween costume this year. Alright, previous talks. Photo. Short bio. Yep. Okay, so I got a bio here that I think is fine. And yeah, Star Egg, thank you for the follow. Sugarman, Numb to the Bone, thank you. And there's a typo in that. Self Priafest. Oh, and hey, sorry about that. What was the thing? Yeah, Wasabi, what were you posting? Use ChatGPT for it? Nah, I'm good. Yeah, like what was the link to? I do tend to prefer at least like some context for a link. So we don't do song requests. We do have a Discord channel in which you can post it and I can check it out later. Mainly because I'm streaming to, okay, so don't play it. Gotcha. Yeah, if you want to paste it over to the Discord channel, that'd be great. Oh, that just means you can post links now. Alright, company name and work title. Get crackin'. Developer advocate. Oh man, I built everything? Wait, what? What do you mean no audio? I think you hit mute by accident. What's up, Team Jet Poop? Is that a reference to Joe Dirt? Right, when he gets that meteor? That's a Joe Dirt reference, isn't it? I could turn my talk into a lightning talk. It might even be best as a lightning talk. I have read and agree. Yes, send me a copy. Yeah, don't abuse it, please. There you go. Alright, so stairs. Guess there's technically stairs in that one. All right, so we submitted that one. Let's go and do the same thing for React Summit. It's a talk. And yeah, I've never submitted a, like, I think I've tried a workshop once. You've seen me around, but never on this stream? Was it for like a Get Kraken thing? They ran an ad that I was in at one point. I make some like Get Kraken like focused like YouTube videos sometimes. CM Griffin rings a bell? Okay. Are you in the Seattle area? I go to Seattle JS pretty much every chance I get. Okay, so not the Seattle area. Might just be some tweets. I know, like, Theo and Prime, like, comment and like every once in a while. The raid did bring you to me. Yep. Yeah, Prime's the man. Yeah, Wasabi, I'm gonna guess it's probably just some, like, Twitter stuff. Alright, so sharing is caring. My goal is to get a talk accepted to both of these conferences. Right? Hopefully different talks for each one. They're in communication. It should be good. Maybe. But yeah, BC interior. Like close to like Mount Seymour type area? Are you big into snowboarding at all there, Team Jet Poop? I'm a huge fan of the Skids, right? The Seymour kids. They used to put out some snowboard videos like 15 plus years ago that were really good. Yeah, so hold on, Wasabi. Is it just simply like, have you seen the show Family Guy? There's Chris Griffin on Family Guy. I am Chris Griffing, but it's very close. So much so that most people end up pronouncing my name as Griffin anyway. I don't know, just throwing it out there. That's usually when people are like, oh, your name sounds so familiar. I forget when the last time was that I was chatting with someone. They were a bartender. And they saw my name and immediately they were like, wait, is that really your name? I was like, it's on my ID. You know, like, yeah, that was fun. I'm gonna say tools and languages makes the most sense for this one. Okay, cool. Web components, bam, there we go, nailed it. I'd say it's somewhat React focused. not directly storybook focused. But design system related? Sure. Ooh. So hold on, this web component talk. It's an overview, right? When is Canada Day? Is that the same day as the 4th of July, just to make it easy? Or is today Canada Day? I'd say it's introduction overview. 1st of July? Cool. Ooh. So yeah, the thing we're talking about with web components and mitosis, do we think that's more of like an intermediate developer? I feel like even beginners could benefit from it, so I think it's an anyone. Okay, yeah, I think it works. Ooh, this one has room for a LinkedIn URL instead of Instagram. Interesting. I think they do the dub, right? Let me double check that's actually the URL. Ugh. Does it really not resolve to the page? Yeah, that resolves. All right. No, it goes to the right page. We're good. You just have to be logged in for it. I don't know if he did Golang at Twitch. I would assume so. But yeah, I've done Elixir. I've done all sorts of stuff. Probably around the same time he was doing Elixir, actually. Yeah, I didn't think he did Go at Twitch. I assume he has familiarity with ghosting. Yeah, basically, the way I got started with Go, Elixir, and Rust is actually like 2016. I had an API I wrote. I don't even think it runs anymore, but let's go try it out. I haven't checked it for a long time. It might be down. Oh, it's HTTP instead of HTTPS. That's right. Let's see if it actually works. So let's just say Guardian, get, or let's just do Guardian for now, right? Search. Okay, so all of the synonyms for the word Guardian are registered. So attendant godling, right? Like, these are terrible. But what if we say get Guardian, and we want to find a domain name available because we want to name our application Guardian? Could we do get attendant, get bailiff? Yeah, these are available, so we could totally do it. get MC. You know? Or instead of get, we could do at. So I had this very simple API. GoDaddy does similar. Do they do the synonym lookup thing? That's what I'm getting at. And also, I don't know if you know this, you should never search a domain on GoDaddy because they do a practice called domain sipping. And domain sipping is where they can register any domain you search for free for 24 hours. I think it might even be 48 hours. So that means you search for it and you don't purchase immediately, they will domain sip it and register it for free at no cost to themselves. And then you go search it tomorrow and, oh my God, someone got it. Well, at least, you know, I could pay $500 for it. There are enough people out there that get attached to domain names to where GoDaddy makes a pretty penny and it costs them nothing to do it. Do I think Uber does the same thing? What would Uber do? Like, I'm not sure how that would work for Uber. I don't know. I'm not aware of what Uber would sip in this regard. Do they do domain registration? Yeah, Pork Bun, I have heard, is really nice. I think I might have one domain name with them. I've got a couple on Cloudflare. I'm in the process of moving off of Namecheap. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure, Wasabi. They definitely do some of that stuff, right? Yeah, like surge pricing. They totally do surge pricing. So that's a similar thing, but not the same thing. But yeah. So pretty much never search for a domain name with GoDaddy. Find it some other way using Whois or whatever. And then if you really want to use GoDaddy, go for it. But I will never buy a domain name from GoDaddy ever again. I will never buy another domain name from Namecheap. You can do whatever you want. I'm not recommending either thing. I'm simply saying what I will and won't do. I'm not a lawyer. This is not financial advice. Yeah, no worries, Team Jet Poop. Have a good one. So anyway, what I was getting at real quick, and Team Jet Poop, maybe 30 seconds and then you go, right? But here's what I was going to get at with how I learned Elixir, Rust, and Golang, right? I have this application. It is a Node.js application. It was a React app, and then for Angular Day, when Angular 2 released, I rewrote the front end into Angular because the company I worked at was an Angular shop. But the back end is just a Node.js application that has two endpoints, right? One endpoint is to get synonyms, and the other endpoint is to check those domains for if they're registered via Whois. So it's a very simple thing. But I took that API and rewrote it into Rust, Elixir, and Golang. And it allowed me to check a bunch of boxes that I care about for writing a REST API. So number one, what is the framework we would use for routing REST API requests, etc. From there, how do I make a request out to a third party, right? Is it Axios or Fetch or some other thing like Hyper or whatever, right? Depending on your language, that would change. And then from there, the two APIs I'm using for synonyms, one is an XML API. Yeah, I'll get the music going here in a sec. And the other is a JSON API. So I needed to actually figure out how to deal with XML and JSON in a REST API context as well. So I'm checking all these boxes. I'm also storing the results inside of Redis, right? So what is the Redis client and wrapper system like? How do I do a Whois request inside of a language ecosystem? All of these things are just check boxes of evaluating, is the ecosystem strong? How do I do these requests, etc.? How do I do all these things? I highly recommend, if you're trying to learn a new language, try and build something with that language first, and then maybe go read something like the Rust book or whatever, right? And I'm pretty sure the Primeagen advocates for the same approach. Try and actually build something so that when you actually go and read the book, you have some context that makes what they're saying make sense. So yes, I ended up writing the API in Rust, Elixir, and Golang. At the time, the release process for Elixir was much nicer because there was a tool called Nanobox that existed. And that made deploying Elixir a dream. Nowadays, you're basically left with fly.io, or you're using Docker and kind of like rigging that up yourself, because Gig Elixir is way too expensive. So I've actually moved away from Elixir at this point because the deploy process is really just not as good as it could be, because Nanobox did exist, and then DigitalOcean bought it and killed it, which really upsets me. Like, I'm still a little upset with DigitalOcean for that. But yeah, the basic idea is, you can't think of a single reason why you'd want to use Elixir. Elixir has a very powerful runtime. The idea of everything being message passing means that you can have multiple Elixir nodes, but your Elixir code doesn't care or know that they're on completely different machines. So the idea of horizontal scalability is solved for you with Elixir. To do the same thing with other things is a little trickier. Because everything in Elixir is its own process, and everything between those processes is message passing, those processes can actually be across the internet. And your runtime doesn't know or care. So massive scalability with Elixir. In many cases, you won't need that, but in some cases, you really, really do. The thing I really liked about Elixir at the time is that things just kind of worked because it's loosey-goosey, right? You're not fighting the borrow checker. You're not restricted to idiomatic Go, right? If you write the Elixir and it runs and it works, cool, you've got idiomatic Elixir. So there's a lot less friction when writing Elixir code. There's a lot less trying to work within the ecosystem or fighting the compiler or any of that stuff. It does mean that you don't have types, and certain things you kind of have to let it fail before you understand what you need to fix. But you're not going to have something crash and take down your entire server because they're all self-contained processes. So if you've ever written Node.js applications, if you throw and don't handle that thrown exception, your entire process dies. And you need to have something else actually spinning that up, right? So you need some kind of supervisor system to restart your Node.js process when it fails. You don't have to do that with Elixir because that's built into the runtime. There were a lot of cases where I just tried things with Elixir and they just worked. So it was really nice as an experience for me. When we think about it, it took me, and I did these timers of no knowledge of those languages whatsoever, and how long it took me to build it out. Right? The Node.js API took me, I think, 12 hours because I was familiar with JavaScript and Node.js enough to just hammer it out, right? I was actually spending more time figuring out the APIs I had to work with than I was figuring out what I needed to build. Then when I went and built the others, I did the timers. I understood the APIs I needed to hit, and I just needed to translate what I was doing in the Node.js to these other languages. It took me something like 22 or 23 hours for the Rust. It took me around 20 with the Golang, and it took me 16 with the Elixir. And I'm fairly certain of these numbers, but I have since lost the measurements. But those are the numbers that stick out in my head. The big thing I want to point out is the Rust took me longer, but it didn't feel like it took that long. Whereas the the Golang took only 20 hours, but it felt longer because I was stuck on what I think is just a massive problem with the Go compiler. When you are trying to unmarshal some JSON, your capitalization is incredibly important. And it's not always obvious that your unmarshaling needed to have that prop capitalized because you're actually using it right within this context. I see it. I'm not transferring it anywhere. It's not private, it's public. It's right there. Like, you know, I don't need to like worry about private versus public because it's just right here. The unmarshaling JSON issue was actually the hardest part. And because it took more time to understand why that was an issue. You can think that's a good thing all you want. It's not, right? For a new person to the language, the compiler knows what you have and what you're trying to unmarshal. If it had a simple training wheels flag that you could add to the compiler to make the compiler slower, but also help a beginner to the language, like, hey, we see you're trying to access this property. We see that it's actually there, but you didn't capitalize the prop on the thing you're trying to like unmarshal it with, right? On that struct. Take it easy, Wasabi. Take it easy. Like, you're getting a little abrasive. At the end of the day, the compiler should have a training wheels mode in Go. It would be far more approachable and easier to learn for people coming from other contexts. I don't understand why they push back so hard on making the language more approachable. That is an ecosystem and community problem that they refuse to fix, and them refusing to fix it is also a community problem. I've never heard the phrase read the manual more than when talking to Golang devs. I've never heard that phrase used more often than when talking to Golang devs. And it's not helpful. It's not fun. It's just a level of superiority. Whereas other languages will happily unmarshal things. I'm not even talking about Python. I don't even know where you got that. I didn't mention Python a single time just now. Right? You are inserting Python where it doesn't need to be. You are misunderstanding. I am simply pointing out that plenty of other languages are far more approachable to people coming from other languages. The fact that Go refuses to fix that by simply adding a flag that could totally do this inference, right? They have reflection, they just don't want to use it. That is the problem, right? So Golang has a massive community issue. They have a massive ecosystem problem. And the community problem will never fix itself because the community is
in the presence of greatness. Imagine AMOURAN.
It's like a level of superiority within the Golang
player. They are known for their incredible speed, agility.
They've dealt with the super tough stuff. Like, you know, like you should have to do it too. If it was hard for me, it should be hard for you, right? Like, that's a toxic trait of all sorts of communities,
received a long pass from midfield,
but Golang treats it as a point of
and
pride.
weaved through the opposing team's defense before launching a powerful strike into the top corner of the net. The stadium erupted in cheers as AMOURANTH secured their country's first ever World Cup victory. Throughout their career, AMOURANTH has broken numerous records and achieved several milestones. They hold the record for the most goals scored in
Yeah, someone gifted
a
Amaranth.
single season in their domestic
That's
league
kinda
and have
fun.
been named the league's player of the year multiple times. Amaranth's international success
Wasabi, I don't know what you're asking. All I'm saying is the Golang community prides itself
player of the year. Their skill, dedication,
on telling people to
and
read the manual,
sportsmanship have
rather
made them a role
than
model for
embracing the
aspiring
fact that they could
soccer
be more
players around the
approachable.
world.
That is a community problem that they refuse to fix because it requires community to care. You can say no all you want, you're not actually giving us anything to go on. Are you trying to tell me I didn't experience people telling me to read the manual? They are not. It is not obvious that unmarshalling JSON within the context I'm in would require me to capitalize things. And the compiler, using reflection and a special flag that would make it a slower compile, could tell me that, but they refuse to add it to make it more approachable. They refuse to make it more approachable because they want to tell people to read the manual. You're just missing it, right? You are exemplifying the problem with the community. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You are actually agreeing with me, but you're saying no. I don't understand why. You are saying that I need to go read the manual if I don't understand that. But it's not immediately obvious to someone coming from another language. Yeah, Wasabi, you were so cool for so long, and you're really, really becoming less cool. Just because I'm letting you know that your favorite toy has flaws. Everything has flaws. The biggest flaw of Golang is the community, and you are exemplifying that right now. You are actually the exact thing in this moment that I am talking about. Nah, so take it easy, Raimu. What I was getting at is just pointing out some things that I find as flaws. That's fine, Wasabi, but you can disagree. You just can't say no. Because that is the exact thing I'm talking about. Oh, I didn't even see what Artisan said. Oh, yeah, Artisan, like, we're not trying to pull some X versus Y. It is just funny to me. It's incredibly funny. The community is not cool. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Wasabi, you are basically telling me that I needed to just read the manual. The docs said everything. Why would the compiler need to help out newbies? That's the exact problem with the community. If you don't think that's a problem, fine, but you are exemplifying the exact thing I'm pointing out. So for any outside observer, you are proving my point. It is a newbie language. That's what they designed it for at Google. Like, look at why there are only certain ways to do things. Because they don't want a bunch of nuance. Like, read the exact, like, the inspiration for Golang. It is a newbie language. It should be a newbie language, but the community sucks. Like, dude. The compiler should help you out. Maybe it requires a flag. That's fine. And I'm not saying newbies, right? Like, you're assuming just newbies. I'm saying people new to Golang coming from other languages. But yeah, Wasabi, I just think you're trolling at this point. I really do. Because you're trying to twist what I'm saying. I'm not saying first language users, right? Absolute first language for somebody. I'm saying someone coming from any other language that doesn't use capitalization for public versus private, which is basically every other language. So someone experienced with every other language has that potential for a pitfall, but the language refuses to fix it. That makes more sense? That's what I've been saying the whole time, though. You just aren't listening. Again, exemplifying the flaw with the community. You heard what you wanted to hear. Right? Like, dude, the community for Golang sucks. And you just made my point for the past 5 minutes. Like, dude. No. Shit. right? Golang is the most insular community I have found for any language, besides the Rewrite It in Rust folks. Rust itself and most of the community good. I went to the first RustConf, and they had to say at the conference, stop telling people to rewrite it in Rust. Because the most vocal people of the Rust community were ruining it. Alright, so where are we at with this React Summit presentation? So that link resolves. Let's do chrisgriffing.com. Yeah, definitely can't sponsor. I could turn my talk into a lightning talk. And I have read and agreed. Ooh, yeah. No worries, Deja Vu. I don't think, like, the mood's that bad. It's just so hilarious to me. Talk about how the community is not that great. And they prove it with their interaction. Ooh, that is a cool photo. Nice. That's a big old grizzly bear. Is he like trying to swoop that seagull? That is a brave seagull right there. Oh. Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. There you go. That should work. All right, so if we look at our list, sharing is caring, and we submitted that to there. And we submitted it to there. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was 4 or 5 days ago. Yep. Oh, yeah, thank you. It was the big 4-0. Like, yeah. I don't feel 40. Though I did make that joke on Twitter. You're only as old as you feel, which makes me about 90. 120 in snowboard years. All right, so client-only WASM apps. let's think about a better title. What would be a good title for a talk about the app Orderly that I made? Oop. So yeah, there is this app I made. It doesn't run that great on this Mac Mini, so it's hard to describe. Yeah, no worries there, Wasabi. We'll see you soon. So the basic gist of this app is... yeah, we wanted to fix something there. Alright, so that should work fine. Cool, we update it. Right, this entire application, besides fetching the model from, like, where we're hosting it, I think Cloudflare right now. The gist is that, you know, we can go to settings here and we can decide which one of these we want to load in for the Whisper model that we're going to use. So we could even download a new one, right? Like base EN, right? Okay, we'll download it. It loads, it downloads. We only attribute one thread to it because my poor Mac Mini doesn't like it. And the idea is, I don't even think I have a microphone wired up, which is why this is going to fail. But if we were to record audio, it would take what we say, audio-wise, and pass it through to whisper.cpp, and Whisper would then turn it into text and fill in this field. So it's an idea of being able to write like a book using dictation rather than having to type it all out. Which is, again, like why typing speed is going to mean less and less as time goes on. Because we have tooling and we have, right? We have all sorts of stuff that makes it to where we don't need to type every single thing. You know? Auto-completion, etc. in our editors. Totally. Why not? So the main gist is that this is all running via Wasm client-side. There's no server involved with this. So I'm using SQLite in the browser, compiled to Wasm, running inside of a worker thread. I'm using whisper.cpp, also running inside of a worker thread. We get web GPU access and some of those things. This entire application, the only network we need is to download the initial payload of like the JavaScript and the Wasm, and to fetch the models. And bamboo, right? And what's up, Krasner? So the idea is we need to come up with a title for how we go in and describe the process of building that application, how it works, what we used, all that stuff. A different kind of serverless. How do we feel about that for a time? Yeah? Do we think that's a decent title for a talk? If you saw this in a list, would you attend that talk at a conference? Okay. Yeah, I like that. I think it's a good title. We're also going to replace the title down here. And then up here, same idea. Which means we need to come up with a description of it. You can build applications with a local first focus. In this case study, we dig into how you might use WASM to run Whisper.cpp for speech to text and also use WASM to host a local SQLite database. The only data fetching is hold on. The only reason we need a network connection at all is to get the initial JS payload and to download. Hey, what's up, chatting? Yeah, been a little bit. And to download the Whisper models. You can build applications with a local first focus. In this case study, we dig into how you might use WASM to run Whisper.cpp for speech to text, and also use WASM to host a local SQLite database. The only reason we need a network connection at all is to get the initial JS payload and to download the Whisper models from a remote store, since they can get quite large. Stop this reliance on autocomplete? Why? You don't have to use it. And sometimes I do, right? So, like, who cares, man? How are you going to sell the transcripts as training data to AI companies if I'm not receiving them? Exactly, Pyro. So are you saying you don't use IntelliSense? Exactly, Pyro. Yeah. That's what it sounds like. I think that's probably a good enough description. So what is the outlet? Hey, you're back, Jet Poop. Welcome back. Right, so introduction, Wasm basics. Right, so whisper.cpp, Wasm compilation target. Take it easy, Wasabi, right? I might use one. You know? Just chill. Right, so introduction, Wasm basics, my application, how it works, etc. Then how it's made using whisper.cpp and the Wasm compilation target and demo. I think actually I want to dig into these things before we talk about my application. Other interesting Wasm use cases. How do we feel about that outline? Take it easy, Downski. So I think this is a technical case study, and it's WASM specific. Also, it's somewhat LLM relevant. All right, previous talks. That part's easy. Picture of me. We got that one. Short bio. Oh. Yeah, thank you, Jack. Nope. I could turn it into a lightning talk. They're not actually strict on the 7-minute thing. I thought they were. So yeah, we could easily go like 10 to 15 and be fine. So I think lightning talk is actually ideal. Oh, I typed that right, yeah? Yep. Alright, cool. So, we've got the JS Nation one done. The current state of client-side state management. I think that title is pretty solid. Alright, so let's write out this time. This is less of an opinion piece and more just like listing out the different types of state management. Ooh. I actually don't have that one listed. There are a lot of different state management libraries to choose from, even if you limit it to then they fall into some specific categories.
The Night Rider. That is his name. The Night Rider.
You can find numerous libraries inspired by Redux
you say. Anything I say. What a wonderful.
You can also find plenty of libraries that take the proxy-based approach. Avex or Altia. A less familiar system might revolve around atomics, like Yotai. And signals have seemed to catch on quite a bit recently, thanks to their popularity in other frameworks like let's dig into some of the patterns and how you might decide between. How do we feel about it? Pretty solid? Even if you limit your choices to the React ecosystem. Often, they fall into some specific categories. You can find numerous libraries inspired by Redux. You can also find plenty of libraries that take the proxy-based approach, like MobX or Vaultio. A less familiar system might revolve around atomics, like Yotai, and signals have seemed to catch on quite a bit recently thanks to their popularity in other frameworks like Solid. Let's dig into some of the patterns and how you might decide between them. This is almost guaranteed to be just a lightning talk. I don't think we can make a full talk out of this. Thank you. And if we're being honest, man, some of these would make some pretty good like YouTube videos too, huh? So I should probably record some YouTube videos. That's, I think, the biggest thing about the way I like to think about content in general. If it would make a good presentation talk, it would probably make a decent YouTube video for the type of content that I like to make. It probably applies to most, like, presentation talks. Right? It's just the way you present, like, the information and your, like, slides that would change. So yeah, let's think about what our outline would look like. Two birds, one stone, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yep. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's often how I feel about it in general. If I could make a blog post about it, I could make a YouTube video about it, and I could also make a presentation about it. And often, you'll see me do that, right? So if I make a YouTube video on my personal channel, I'll probably make a blog post for it. I'll probably also try and make it into a local meetup talk, because I like presenting at meetups. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. I don't typically watch a lot of Fireship videos. Like, nothing against them. Like, I don't watch that many YouTube videos in general, which is probably why I'm not a great person to make YouTube videos, but, you know, if I'm gonna be talking about it anyway, I might as well make it into a video. I just like streaming and making stuff, you know? YouTube is more of like a means to an end. If I can release YouTube content and monetize it enough, it can help fund me just streaming every day, which would be ideal. Because I just want to stream and make stuff. Alright, so hold on there, Team Jet. Yeah, I think so too, Ahmed. For sure, right? And am I actually good with direct communication? I feel like I'm a bit adversarial. You know, I enjoy a good argument. So Ahmed is over on YouTube right now. But yeah, I don't know. They didn't say that. I'm the one saying it. I think I'm a bit adversarial when it comes to conversation in general. I try and be agreeable, but you know, I got strong opinions. I like to argue them because it makes me understand my point better. But yeah, Jedzo, I just need to do the Beanie Company, right? There we go. Yeah, I think so they're chatting, right? Like, I'll happily, like, agree. I think that's the big thing, right? Ahmed is getting at. He says, I take no bullshit. That's basically it, right? I have a very low tolerance for bullshit. So much so that I often perceive bullshit when maybe there isn't any. I'm not saying all the time, but it does happen. And that's like my adversarial nature, right? I think a big part of it is I believe in like the true nature of debate. You know? Right? Like the true nature of debate isn't necessarily to convince someone in the moment. It's to give them something to stew on that changes like the way they think about something. You're not trying to convince them that you're right. You just need to make them doubt if they're right. It's not gaslighting. It's more just like nobody is ever convinced in the moment. Right? Nobody. It never happens, right? It's so rare that you convince someone while you're arguing with them. But instead, if you can just like plant that seed and let them feel like they came to the conclusion on their own, you can actually affect change. Like, you can actually, like, think about that. I think that is more powerful. Because I'm the same way. Like, I'll argue with someone. I'll argue my point emphatically. But it doesn't mean that I'm not actually listening. It just means that I need to, like, argue my point as well as I can to get the best arguments out of them, and then I can actually like really like stew on it and think about it later. So it's more like I'm not just trying to convince other people. I'm trying to get the best arguments out of them. And by doing that, I get the best like information for myself to like change and form my own opinion. So I think that's a big part. And yeah, you watch a lot of Andrew Wilson. He has a low tolerance for BS as well. Yeah, I get that. Ooh, off to bicycling? Nice. Yeah, no worries. I get that, Wasabi. Yeah, I should probably cut down as well. I think labeling it becomes an issue, right? At the end of the day, if you have to abstain from it, right? Like if you can't do any of it because it causes that much of an issue, then yes, it might be worth qualifying that way. No, I get it. But it's more like moderation is more important than abstinence, in my opinion. That shows actual control and power. Abstinence is actually easy compared to moderation. So, yes, he's perceived as mean by newcomers, like I am. Yeah, exactly, chatting. You're totally right. Dead on balls accurate. It's an industry term. Yeah, I think a big part of it is I argue as if I care, which I normally do. But by caring as much as I do, it can be off-putting. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, Bob, he is absolutely talking about Andrew Wilson. Like, he even said it a little bit ago. You must have just got here. That's actually funny, the fact that you guessed it. I'm not even familiar with who Andrew Wilson is. But yeah, Ahmed. Yeah, no, I appreciate your comments. Like, no, I really appreciate it. Thank you. The Whatever Podcast. I've never even heard of that. All right, so I got some Googling to do, I guess. Hey, ChatGPT, who the hell is Andrew Wilson? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to type his name in. Oh! Wait. No. I'm not thinking of, like, you're not talking about the actor, right? Not Owen Wilson's brother, right? Definitely not the actor. I was like, wait, I know who that is? Oh, wait, no. Totally different person. He played Beef Supreme. Yeah, totally different person. Yeah. Andrew Wilson, the actor, played Beef Supreme in Idiocracy. I was about to be like, oh, I love that dude. Yeah, I probably won't. Yeah, I was very confused as well. Like, very confused. Yeah, I doubt I'm gonna like anything this guy has. But that's okay, right? We don't have to agree on points, but I guess the rhetoric is similar? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm willing to bet I completely disagree with that dude on pretty much every front. But, whatever. What up? How you doing, Themby? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that sounds about right there, chatting. Yeah, I probably disagree with that dude completely, but again, right? Good debate technique, you know. At some point, I'd love to consider myself a master debater. Yes, that's a play on words. Do I consider myself a good listener? I think so. I remember a lot of stuff. I don't know. The master debater title? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my mom always called it a shit-eating grin. You can see that I had it even back as far as junior high. It's one of those, he's smiling and I should probably be scared. What did he do? Why is he smiling? Something ain't right. No, I totally believe you until I take my beanie off and then I look like 10 years older than I am. So, it equals out. Law of averages, right? Do I still get carded? It depends, but yeah. Like, it really depends. Sometimes I don't, and I feel really sad. I think mainly it's like the chin, right? The double chin gets them. Just, right, you could be young and have a double chin, but it's a totally different double chin. A young person's double chin looks totally different. "22 and look 16? Yeah, I mean, until I was 30, I still got carded for fighters. So, I'm okay with that. That was nice. That felt good. It's like you're two. There you go. So yeah, compare and contrast Flux versus older two-way data binding. Modern approaches. Wait, they do 8-hour podcasts? That's a thing? Ugh. What is a dating podcast? I feel like there's some good examples out there. No, it's not talking about, it's like they've got the people in the back room like watching these two people like do their like they've basically turned speed dating into a podcast where it's like you've got the two people speed dating, you've got the people behind the scenes like commenting on it. It's usually gamified by like, you know, you go until the one person hits the button to like, you know, say nope or whatever. I'm pretty sure that's what you guys are talking about, right? Where it becomes very like adversarial. Like, well, I just hit the button because I thought they were going to hit the button. And I didn't want to get rejected. Which is modern dating in general anyway. Oh, okay, so a different thing. Different thing. I'm just thinking of like the YouTube channels that do that stuff, I guess. I only ever see like the clips on Reddit or whatever. So no, you're talking more about like the Christians versus OnlyFans girls screaming at each other, which just sounds terrible. Right, like the two extreme sides and see how vastly they differ when most normal people are somewhere between them anyway, so like could probably get along just fine. It's like manufactured conflict at that point. Yeah, sounds about right. Borderline incels versus OnlyFans models. Exactly. It's yeah, I totally get that. Exploiting people for the most part, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, not a fan. Somehow we've massively returned back to the early MTV like 80s era where they were bringing on the dude who wrote like he used to do those comics. And, God, what was the show? It was Paul Giamatti, like the film about it, right? Do you remember, like, the 80s, like, MTV commercials? They made a film in which he played one of those characters. He played one of the people that got exploited in that way, right? And, like American something or other... No. American Splendor. Nailed it. Yeah, he plays Harvey something. Damn it, I forgot the name. Harvey Picard, who was a comic book artist, right? It's really early, Paul Giamatti, like, it's pretty old school. Basically, Paul Giamatti plays this dude, Harvey Picard, who was a bit of a social outcast, right? Like, you can even see it here in the trailer, right? And it's one of those things where eventually him and his also like social outcast friend end up making it into like MTV ads. But the ads were basically trolling these guys, right? Like making fun of them for the sake of content, right? Here's the dude that plays his friend, right? And like, yeah, you can actually go and see these old commercials from MTV. They're just about the cool, funny, like, you know, hip kids making fun of these weird outcasts, right? And it's like, dude, that's so damn rude. Like, it's exploiting people for the fact that they're not modern pop culture, like, icons, right? Like, it's just, ugh, it's the worst. And somehow our society has pivoted back to making fun of people that are just different, you know? Right? Like exploiting people that you consider stupid or weird or whatever, right? So yeah, I don't know, like, American Splendor is basically an essay on how awful and superficial the 80s were. And we've pivoted right back to being that awful and superficial. Wasabi, we didn't even respond to what you're saying. Like, dude, just chill, man. Just chill. Please. So yeah, I highly recommend this film. It massively exemplifies what is wrong with modern pop culture in general. Right? And it's what was wrong with modern pop culture in the 80s, too. It's what the 90s were directly rebelling against with grunge, etc. It's what 80s punk was rebelling against from the 70s, right? So, like, yeah, 70s and early 80s culture. Just, we're right back to being that again, you know? I don't know if it's a good date night film. I'm going to point that out right now. I don't think it's a good date night film. Yeah, like, and I'll drop it, but basically modern, like, clique culture just seems extremely superficial. That's all. And I think most people would agree with it. But I think very few people would actually recognize the parallels to the 80s, especially early 80s. I'm just looking forward to, like, whatever modern grunge manifests as. Maybe Deja Vu. We had a raid from the Primogen earlier. He's the man. He's super cool. We may not agree on everything, and that's actually, like, the pillars of a healthy society. Being able to disagree on things and still like each other. That is actually a good measure of healthy society, in my opinion. I know, and we're holding it against him. How dare he? Kidding. You know I'm joking, right? That's one of the things I disagree with him on. I'm kidding. It's a bad joke, bad joke. Just a joke, man. Take it easy. I have not been to JS Nation. I have been to React Summit. I really like that JS Nation and React Summit are within the same like cluster of days. I want to get a talk accepted to both. That way I can go to both like speaker dinners. Because my favorite part of like any conference is hanging out with like the other speakers and, you know, the cool kids. I'm also just looking for an excuse to fly to New York again. Right? If I can get a talk accepted to both those conferences, well then I have to go, don't I? Even if they're the remote talks. Ooh, Illis Preacha. No, so TwitchCon EU was last weekend. TwitchCon US is in late September, I think. I'd have to look at the date. Yeah, Raimu, you just missed the EU. And I wasn't making it to the EU. I still don't have a passport. I need to figure that out. Nah, you're good, man. You're good. September. There we go. Yeah, totally. But yeah. Hold on. What was I gonna say? I know I was trying to say something. Sorry. Yes, JS Nation. Seriously, Illist. If you want to submit to it, you have to do it today. Today's the cutoff. That's why we're doing this here on stream. Otherwise, I would have done this on my own time some other time. We have to do it now, right? That's the only reason I'm doing this and wasting our time. We would have gotten some actual code done today if I didn't have to submit these things. So yeah, just saying. If you want to submit, make it happen, right? You can work with us while we're doing it. We can make it happen. And then, yeah, like other talks, like SquiggleConf could be fun. You've got till the 8th for SquiggleConf and WasomeCon. Link you what? Yeah, what do you want linked there, Wasabi? You've been a part of the JS Nation Amsterdam for 3 years. Ooh, that's super cool. Yeah, it'd be really cool if you could make it to JS Nation US. Oh, so what I'm getting at, yeah, remotely. So JS Nation and React Summit, they allow you to submit talks that you could do remotely, right? So you don't even have to travel here. You would do a pre-recorded talk, and then they would just play it.
Chatting on Yoinked Phone, or Yoinked as they're known to fans, is a rising star in the world of basketball. Their incredible agility and ball handling skills have made them a force to be reckoned with on the court.
Ooh, yet another basketball.
During the final seconds of the NBA Finals. With their team down by 2 points, Yoinked received the inbound pass, dribbled past 2 defenders, and launched a buzzer beater from beyond the 3-point line. The ball swished through the net, securing their team's championship victory and cementing Yoinked's status as a basketball legend. Throughout their career, Yoinked has achieved numerous milestones. They were named Rookie of the Year in their debut season and have been selected to the All-Star team for 5 consecutive years. Yoinked also holds the record for most steals in a single season, showcasing their incredible defensive prowess. With their unmatched talent and dedication to the game, Yoinked is poised to leave a lasting legacy in the world of basketball.
We had to get rid of Ruby. I have not been to Cascadia JS. I actually wanted to go this year, just for like the partying, but I couldn't make it to the partying. Because I had COVID after going to render ATL, and I just got healthy from COVID on like Saturday. So yeah, like I couldn't in good conscience go out and party with people at Cascadia, even though I paid for a ticket that I got discounted. I still paid for like the no frills ticket 50% off and couldn't even attend. But I'm happy to support them anyway. Carter's a good dude. But yeah, I couldn't make it to Cascadia JS this year. I'd love to get there at some point. No, I'm fine now. I feel great. But I didn't feel good until Saturday. And basically, like, after COVID, you still need, like, a couple days to not be contagious. So I definitely, like, I wanted to go out to, like, a dinner with all of my local friends last night. I didn't schedule it because I wasn't feeling well. I'm thinking maybe next Sunday or the Sunday after, we can schedule a thing. I'll have to send out those invites and see what people would prefer. Because, yeah, the weekend of 4th of July, most people would probably say meh. But, yeah, I'd like to schedule, like, a birthday dinner with a bunch of the, you know, the people I consider the reason I haven't moved away from Washington yet. If it weren't for Bedtime Bear and, like, Colin and some of the, like, Seattle JS people, I totally would have moved to, like, Montana or something. As long as I had fast internet. I would have been out of here so quick. Right? Just for, like, the sake of, like, cheaper rent. And still good snowboarding. But, yeah, like, you know. There are definitely people that I enjoy hanging out with when I can that make it a good time and why I still stick around Washington. But yeah, Cascadia seems amazing. I'm wondering if next year, instead of Seattle, they go back to, like that place in Oregon they like to frequent. I forget where it is exactly. It's like Sun Peaks or Sun River or whatever. It's like near, Mount Bachelor. Oregano? No. So, Oregon, or Oregon, depending on how you want to phrase it, it's Oregon. That is the state below Washington on the map. I used to spend my summers down in Oregon at Mount Hood. I would snowboard about 150 days a year. Mostly here in Washington, and then down at Mount Hood during the summers. And they have snowboarding during the summer at Mount Hood. In fact, yes, I've considered moving to Oregon as well. Yeah, as long as I can get some snowboarding and some, like, you know, symmetrical gigabit internet, where I live is way less important. And that's the goal, eventually. X Games and coding event in one? Likely. But if I did move down to like the Mount Hood area, I would definitely try and convince High Cascade Snowboard Camp to do like a web dev like focused workshop. I bet we could get 10 to 20 kids per session interested in web stuff, even if I'm just teaching them basic like HTML, JS, CSS stuff. After we snowboard all day, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it? That'd be really cool. So yeah, I've actually considered trying to like pitch that to them at some point. We'll see, we'll see. Snowboarding's great. Snowboarding's so fun. Like, it's the best. But yeah, so if you want to submit to JS Nation or React Summit, today's the day. You have to do it. So I'm going to finish doing this submission. I have to go pee first, though. So give me a second. I'll be right back. But yeah, get your own submissions going. Like, why wouldn't you? It's free. It costs you absolutely nothing to submit a talk to these events. Alrighty then. Okay. Wait, what sound? I didn't even listen. What sound was it? Was it the Disney Plus theme? No, oh yeah, that was the Disney Plus theme. Yeah, a lot of people confuse it with whatever that other thing is. No, that was Disney Plus. Right, the drum beat? Yeah, totally. First time you've heard it. Wink. Totally. Yeah, I get it, Alvin. Yeah, I don't have a subscription to Disney Plus either, so I get it. I've just been told. It's what I heard. Exactly, chatting, right? Plausible deniability. Oh, hold on. Wait, we had that. All right, so what is our goal here, right? Modern approaches. Redux, like. All right, so introduction, what is state management? Compare and contrast Flux versus older two-way data binding, right? Two-way data binding meaning digest cycle, right? Redux, like, right? The history of Flux implementations in general. Modern approaches, right? So then Redux, like, Zustand, Redux itself. Anyone know of another Redux-like implementation? Vuex or review. Yeah, can anyone think of another like Redux-like implementation? Pina. So Vuex for Vue 2, Pina for Vue 3. Proxy based. Ooh, is MobX state tree technically a Redux-like? I think it is, right? MobX, raw. And hold on. Valtio. I know there's another proxy-based thing. Nanostores. Right, so Valtio, Nanostores, MobX. Atomics. And then this one is Yotai. Poimanders has them all. Yeah, so let's go look at some other like atomics-based state management. I think XState. So, atomic state management, please tell me. Right, create atom, sure. Okay, so recoil, there we go. All right, yep. So recoil. Let's do Yotai first. So Zustan, Voltio, Yotai. They're all state in various languages. And then signals. Are signals proxy based typically? I don't think they are, right? Ooh, no Vox Populi. Ooh, wow. Dude, if y'all don't know, I am chuffed, right? To use, like, the best definition of the term, right? Chuffed. I'm, like, so pumped. I've been following the things that No Vox Populi has been submitting to the world of web dev since the Ember days, and they are still an Ember fan and Ember user, right? But a lot of the things they talk about and the things that they actually like discuss and tweet about, etc., are not just Ember specific. If you look at enough of their tweets, yes, you'll recognize that they are an Ember fan. But they are so into the ecosystem that their opinions are valid regardless of what framework they prefer. Right? And they have been a powerful voice in the JavaScript community for ages. Right? It's really cool, actually. And they follow me on Twitter. Like, I don't know, that's super cool. Because I've been following them for a long time. Like, since as long as I've been at least a fan of, maybe not following, Sam Selikoff. Since I was a Ryan Florence fan when he wrote Ember Router back in the day, right? I'm a fan of all these people. Doesn't mean I'm not going to be critical, because nobody's above criticism. No one should ever be above criticism, right? As long as you're framing it correctly. It's typically not about demonizing the person. It's about discussing their viewpoint, right? Which they should not feel super attached to, but we're only human, right? Okay, so here's a big point, right? You can make a signal from a primitive value, but you cannot make a proxy from a primitive value, right? Proxies require an object to do the proxy. So it's possible that signals are maybe doing some magic to wrap that value into a proxyable object, but still exposing the value you care about to you via a getter. I would love to discuss and understand this more with Mr. Signal himself, Ryan Carniato. So, do we think this is a pretty good outline for what a talk about state management in React would look like? But realistically, a lot of this applies to other frameworks too. I think so. I think that is valid. We don't need to have like the full talk. I do think it has something to do with frameworks. Yeah, state management. It is React focused. This is an introduction / overview. I think anyone could benefit from it, even experts, right? Even if you're an expert developer, you may lack the context of when and why these things were relevant and like the time frame of them. So yeah, either option is fine. Previous talks, we got that one saved. Picture of me. Right, and this is one of those things we'll update each year. So I'll take a fresh photo next year. I'll do a fresh bio next year too. No dietary restrictions. You got your talk submitted? Do you want to like spoil it for us a little bit? And hey, I'm really glad I was able to inspire you to do so. Anyone else out there, it's so easy. Just submit your talk. Worst case scenario, they don't accept it. Middle case scenario, they accept it, but you're remote, so you just record it via video and they play it during like the remote day. Still, you got a talk submitted. Like totally worth it. Best case scenario, you have an in-person talk and we get to hang out. Right? None of these scenarios are a problem, man. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Not having a talk accepted is actually the exact same result as if you never submitted the talk, so that's fine. Ooh, code beyond the screen. Ooh. Illest. That sounds amazing. And hold on, you mentioned Cascadia. Are you here in the Northwest? Are you possibly down in Portland? Or near Portland enough that when I go to Chain React here in a couple weeks, we can hang out? If not, no worries, no stress. You're in Eastern Canada. Ah, okay. So yeah, like, you know, React Summit and JS Nation are like more up your alley, right? But bam! All right, I have 3 talks submitted to each one of those, right? I'm pumped. Cascadia's been on your radar? Nice. Yeah, as long as I'm not sick, if you ever make it out to it, I'll happily come and say hi. Yes, I submitted 3 to JS Nation and 3 to React Summit. Let's look at the list. So the ones we did to JS Nation was building Git-powered Node.js applications. That was one that I had done like a month ago. The React Summit one that I think would be kind of cool is OTel Show and Tell, Next.js and OpenTelemetry. Which, if I get that accepted, I'm pretty sure Highlight would help foot the bill for me to head out there. And then, yeah, the other 2 talks, we do share one between the 2 so they can pick and choose, right? Like, sharing is caring. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, they allow you to submit as many as you want. Hold on, let me save this somewhere else. Where do I want to put it? We'll just put it here in CM Griffing. Presentation stuff. Nailed it. Thinking of having your other talks as demos. Okay. Yeah, it's awesome, man. And yeah, Ahmed, everyone out there still on YouTube, I get it if you're not. Like, totally fine. No stress. I'm just stoked people are hanging out, you know. But yeah, I'm really happy we got these done. Keep in mind, there are some other conferences you might consider there, Illus Preacha. Like, if you want to do something like DevTools focused, SquiggleConf is being put on by okay, my brain is blanking on it right now. The TypeScript ES lint dude. Joshua Goldberg. Yeah, so, yeah, Joshua Goldberg is, like, really, like, putting in the effort to organize this. Right? There he is, Josh Goldberg. And it could be a really fun one, right? It's all about DevTools. right? So squiggle.tools or squiggle.conf or squiggleconf.com, right? This one could be really fun. They've only got 3 speakers confirmed so far. And honestly, I've been meaning to chat with Rizal Scarlet. Someone else tried to connect us, and I slacked on giving them a link to like chat because I really want to understand like developer advocacy and DevRel in general. Because I'm brand new to it. Bland new to it as well, right? Like pretty vanilla in the way I do developer advocacy. And they've been like a developer advocate for ages, and they kill it, you know? So yeah, I'd love to like discuss what dev advocacy even is, what it means. Love to make some content around it for my own channel if need be. But I don't want it to be like a focus. So yeah, that would be tricky. But yeah, we chilling. We hanging out. So, we don't need to finish submitting to this one until the 8th. So, I'm going to try and make this submission happen maybe next Saturday. If we look at the talks we got planned, right? Sharing is caring. We've got that one out of the way. I think protecting the environment variables would be good for SquiggleConf. I think Open API would be good for SquiggleConf. And even feature flags would be pretty good for SquiggleConf. I do struggle to like think about like where the hashing algorithm one would be valuable. I really think it's most relevant at like a feature flag focused conference, which pretty much just opens me up for like the Launch Darkly one next year. So I gotta keep an eye out for that. Okay, so that's really not enough Coca-Cola in this beverage. So I need to go put some more Coca-Cola in it and probably call it good on the whiskey for tonight. I'm a little sad we didn't, like, you know, finish up this, like, presentation stuff soon enough to get to, like, the Bitbucket thing. We'll have to get to the Bitbucket part tomorrow, which is fine. So yeah, BRB, let me go pour some more Coca-Cola in this. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Or am I Beethoven? Alright, so what I'm definitely gonna do, though, is pour some more chips. They are the kettle-cooked jalapeno. Good munchable chip. And yeah, so with these things done, while we're chilling though, we could probably put in some work. Let me look at .envx. And let's close the JS Nation stuff. We should probably do a tweet, right? Man, I've seen a lot of people hyping up Claude, actually. Alright, so you have to use Claude Projects. Right, which is uploading the docs for reference. And you upload your schema definition, and then you ask it to generate a query, and it'll one-shot it. Okay. So, who here uses Claude and a bunch of, like, the other AI to actual good effect? I feel like old man yelling at clouds at this point, because I've never gotten what I needed or wanted from any of these AIs, but it involves actually giving it more context. By the point you've put in that context, couldn't you have just written the query? It's good at giving you options? Okay. So, here's my point, though. Hell yeah, no worries, Illist. Yeah. That's what I'm here for. I mean, I assume more than that, too, but still. Hold on, this one was Perplexity, though. That wasn't Claude. Right? Claude is Anthropic. So, okay, I get it. Yeah. Perplexity hallucinated something that would work. And then gave two options that didn't actually do what we were asking it for. So, I don't know, like, maybe Claude would have been better? Yeah, like, I guess I haven't built up the skill for asking the right questions. Instances of JS Nation and React Summit on the last day of their CFPs. All right, so that felt pretty good. Let me look at .envx real quick. Encrypted ENVs is actually kind of cool. Yeah, how does the encryption actually work? So you can actually commit them. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think a talk about like ENV variables would be interesting, especially for SquiggleConf. Okay. Cool. All right, so good stuff there. What I'm thinking is we're going to save this. We can get to submitting to those, let's say, on Saturday. Before we finish up for the day, I actually want to do something here. I've got a workshop for Highlight.io tomorrow. An add-on for Java to add radio stations to a music app that you can switch between them. There's a lot to unpack there. Do you have a specific music app you're talking about? I'm not sure Java is the language that would do it. What radio stations are you talking about? Do you mean like internet radio or do you mean like FM radio? Like, there's a lot to unpack there. But yeah, Sonic, we watched your movie just yesterday. internet radio station by using URL links. Okay, so that helps. Yeah, we watched like the first Sonic film because it's free on Tubi.tv. Which is really cool. I was hoping the second one would be there. But yeah, we probably got like another year or two to wait for the second one to make it there. We got time. But yeah, so I am gonna probably have to push back and say like, yeah, this is the last highlight workshop for a couple months at least. But, you know, like, pretty minimal effort just to, like, jump into their workshop tomorrow. The person from Trace Loop is putting in way more effort. So they're carrying this one. I think we want to go to the voice bot stuff. And let's do this, right? Let's go look at Anthropic. No? Okay, never mind. Oh, yeah, the completed. Now we're good on that. What we're looking for here is maybe LLM? No. AI? No? How are we not getting auto-completion for this? Oh, we were searching sessions. Ah, right. So now this is... Alright, we can't get the Anthropic event. We can do LLM dot request.type. Sure, it exists. And that'll get us all of the events we care about for, let's just say, the last 30 days. We probably could have done 7 and made it a little easier on them. But honestly, their UI is solid. Like, yeah, I like it. So we've got some Anthropic stuff. We can go look at it. The last one that happened was, yep, chatting on a Yoinked phone, or Yoinked, as they're known to their fans, is a rising star in the world of basketball. I messed that one up, though. So hold on. Let's go back to the LLM request.type existing. So I guess the part that I'm less aware of is like the, maybe like we do Gen AI prompt content. We do like, okay, contains. Contains basketball. It should be way less, and nope. Do I need to like put the stars around it? All right, let's check out the search docs. So basically, in chatting with Vadim and the highlight guys, it seems like I should be able to visualize this stuff. By grabbing things that contain a value like basketball. So, yeah, matches all values that contain ORM. So... let's try this again. What if I remove this? And I like their UI. Ooh, that was clean. Yeah, their like management of the query params is pretty solid, actually. Now, if we look at this and we click it, oh, I was searching type, wasn't I? Prompt 0, hold on. Content 0, got it. So .0.text. Really? Gen AI. Oh, I did prompt. I want completion. Gen AI dot completion dot 0 dot content dot 0 dot text. Completion.0.content.0.text. Anyone seeing what I'm not getting here? Like, what's the deal, man? So, what I'm trying to do is query for this exact event, but basically any event that contains the word basketball in this text prompt. Ooh, I wonder if that would be some feedback they would benefit from. Like, could there be some way of clicking this to create a filter for it? Right? Like, hey, you want this? Grab the selector for that field. That would be very useful. Yeah. Because it seems like it's probably just something I'm mistaking with the query here. Because, right? GenAI.completion.0.content.0.text. GenAI.completion.0.content.0.text. It is. Yeah, I feel like the .0 should work, but maybe it doesn't. I feel like the .0 got auto-completed for us, though. The fact that it's not working is odd. But what if I did that? So the fuzzy match at least seemed like we needed to do a star, because that would be like the regular expression. But we tried that. operators must be wrapped in quotes. So I'm going to guess those operators are noted, right? And it didn't complain about these if we just did the dot, but if it's a prop lookup, maybe that would just never resolve anyway? Oh. Okay, so they don't complain about that, which is not good. Ooh. When the dot text equals param is present. I mean, we could do dot text exists. Oh, and yeah, no, so we don't get that. So yeah, it's definitely something to do with this. If we get rid of that, so llm.request.type exists. Should be true for this as well. Ooh, hold on, wait. Nope. What? Gen AI completion content exists. That one comes back. So hold on. Wait, what did I do differently? So right, like the .0.text should totally do it now, right? Nothing. Do they not support like double nested array lookups? I'm gonna DM Vadim about this. All right, so that works. Just want to grab that snippet. So dot content dot zero dot text. All right. There might be a nested query? Oh. Really? I didn't see that, but I might have missed it. Cool, so we don't see it on that page. Yeah, and I'm willing to acknowledge that what we're trying to do here is probably a massive edge case. And yeah, I probably should have messaged them about it earlier, but we were doing the other thing that was time sensitive too. And yeah, Vadim at least has access to this data. If he wanted to grab it, like, he totally could. He should be able to see all this stuff. Ooh, and a big part of the problem is that this is not tied to an actual session. Yeah, so for some reason, these traces are not being tied to the session as they should be. Which might be okay. because this is very back-end specific, and a session includes, like, the front-end part of things. Ooh, and I actually wonder... So this is for the whole span. I don't think it took all 12 seconds. But we don't get anything deeper in this. So yeah, I think mainly just during the workshop tomorrow, I need to call out that in my testing, I may have missed some steps. It's still incredibly valuable that we can get this, but I'm not able to tie this to a session, and I am also not doing what the trace loop docs say about... Right, let's go look at it real quick. Trace loop, OpenLLMetry, let's go to their docs page for it. Right, we're not doing this part where we're like creating a workflow. Now, part of the issue is we're not exposing this as a class. So the decorator might not make any sense. And wait. What? Dude. We've had a PR open to these guys for 3 weeks now about none of this being valid TypeScript. They've got them backwards, but also still not valid TypeScript. This is definitely not valid Python. Yeah, I know that for a fact. But it's also not valid TypeScript, because you can't instantiate a prop that way. And we've had it called out in their docs. It was on the TypeScript tab previously. But we still called out that, yeah, they're importing it as lowercase trace loop. It's not uppercase. Init doesn't exist. Initialize is what it's named. And you can't instantiate a prop that way. So they've got major TypeScript bugs here. You can't instantiate a prop. like they're mixing and matching TypeScript and Python. Like really badly. And we've had that PR open for 3 weeks. Right? This is not valid syntax for TypeScript either, right? You need the initializer of let, var, or const. At least it's an async await function. But Python, does Python even have those? Yeah, like, I don't know, man. It's just something up. They need someone on their team that actually cares about their documentation. Oh, you want to know another thing I see that I like? It's super pedantic and no one should actually care about this. The lighting is off. It's not even consistent highlights. So, right, you see how here it's like upper left corner? The light is coming down at this, like, you know, like, what is it? 135-degree angle? And now you can't unsee it. Because this box is the exact opposite, but it's also lit from both ends. So do they not even have like a proper like pedantic designer? I'm not even a designer and I saw it. Like, dude. You know you've got a problem when I am noticing design issues. Like, you've got a major problem when I am noticing design issues. I can barely tell the difference between fonts, but I could notice the lighting inconsistency. You say free open source work is what it is? No, this is a for-profit company. This is absolutely a for-profit company. I kind of noticed that they don't do that highlight thing anywhere else. So I feel like Open LLMetry is just like the redheaded stepchild that doesn't get the love it needs. No offense if you're redheaded, but you might also understand that reference. Yeah, wow. So yeah, all their buttons actually have the consistent lighting, and then this thing just doesn't. Maybe this one's supposed to be inset, and the others are raised. Right? So the light's coming from like the 135-degree angle. The light's hitting the corners of this because they're raised up. And this is actually inset. If that were the case, this part would be highlighted too, though, right? So no, I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt from like a aesthetic consistency standpoint, and no, I can't. I can't even. Yeah, I just think this part of their site is out of sync with the rest of their site. I think that's all there is to it. It's most likely a ticket on their designer's plate, but they've got bigger fish to fry. That's my current guess. Yeah, right? Exactly. Do you even corporate if you're not like totally getting pulled in like 6 different directions as a designer, as a dev advocate, as a developer, as a startup in general? Do you even start up if you don't have 7 different things which are all the highest priority? So yeah, no, I get it, right? Yeah. Every ticket is critical priority. If everything is critical, nothing is critical. If every ticket is a critical ticket, no ticket is a critical ticket. That's a tweet. I'm scheduling that one. We'll have that one go out Wednesday morning. How about that? That's a solid tweet right there. I'm really proud of that one. Nailed it. That's a July 3rd, 8 a.m. tweet right there. Ah, that felt good. We were productive. We got some tweets done. We applied to some conferences today. That was a solid Monday. That was the most productive Monday I've ever had, I think. So, who do we go raid? Who's still going right now? It's a little later in the day. It's 8 p.m. Like, yikes. Who's even streaming at this point? We do see Acorn. Acorn's probably going. We see Snowcone. Snowcone's going. There's Chi-Chi Impact. We see Coco Type and Nikwan. We see Coding with Strangers. Oh, it is the first. Oh shit. Yeah, I got rent. I gotta submit rent tonight. Thank you, Coding with Strangers. Yeah, rent's due. Shit. Alright, so I gotta pay rent tonight. I almost was super productive today. If I forgot to pay rent, I would not have been productive at all. But let's go raid Acorn. We haven't had a chance to raid Acorn in a while. Oh god, hold on. Not me. Alright, so Acorn's about to end. Hold on, let me at least turn on the audio. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Alright, so Acorn's about to end. Hold on, let me at least turn on the audio.
I think we raided Vash like a few days ago. Sure. Oh, this is the pigeon guy. Yeah, sure.
Wait, why do I hear myself? Oh wait.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Alright, so Acorn's about to end. Hold on, let me at least turn on the audio.
I think we raided Vash what happened a few days ago.
Oh, that was YouTube
This is the pigeon guy. Alrighty.
and Al Gore. Why do I hear myself? That was Al Gore. Alright. So, we were totally about to raid Acorn. That was hilarious. Alright, she was about to raid us too. So that would have been really bad. Alright, we made it work. We're good to go.
With the raid, welcome. How you doing?
Alright, that was hilarious. Alright. We caught Acorn just as she was about to raid us. Whew. That was close. Alright, so now where do we go from here? Nikwan Datasai is working on a talk for a conference. That's kind of like right up our alley. Oh yeah. I'm not sure, Owen. I know we've done that. Yeah, Nori's Deja Vu. Like, I was just lurking her as well. Yeah, for sure. Like, about to raid her. So, yeah, that's hilarious. And R.W. Grimm. Yeah, he's great, too. Do I not follow him? Like, why don't I see him? Oh, I think... Yeah. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Not important. Let's go raid Nikwan Datasai. Nikwan is working on a talk for a conference, which lines up pretty perfectly with what we were doing today anyway. I'm curious what their talk is about. Sounds pretty good, right? Like, like conference talks, fantastic stuff. Let's go see. I'll be over on Gaming Stream right after this. We're going to watch some shows. I'm going to get some work done. I put in a whole bunch of work getting, like, GitLab going, but then this morning, GitHub unrestricted my project manager persona account, so now I got to, like, reset things up over there. Gaming Stream is Griffing and Chill. Over on Gaming Stream, we're just going to, like... Oh, someone already did it. Thank you. We're just going to, like, watch a show and co-work tonight instead of gaming. Which is still a fun time. Still, like, good hangout. But, yeah, let me say arrivederci and goodbye to YouTube and Algora. Thank you all for hanging out. We had a great day today. Appreciate you. We'll see you again soon.